Chapter 1339. Even Hu Xiaoheng, who was outside the ward, secretly applauded Gu Nianji's words. Indeed, the will of a soldier was to give them a chance to deal with their personal affairs. As for official business, he should have made it clear before he set off. It was impossible to leave it in his will to deal with it. In the ward, Gu Nianji continued, secondly, although I've never met Uncle Hua, I can tell from the way he handles the people and things around him that he's a very cautious person. Without 100% certainty, he won't make a move. This was probably the main difference between Hua Guanyuan and Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng liked to take risks. As long as there was a 50% chance, he would act. He would not wait until there was a 100% chance. Such a cautious person would not miss any private matters that needed to be dealt with. Therefore, I speculate that his will contains a very complete arrangement for Luo Xinchua and Luo Zhelan. As Gu Nianji spoke, she stared closely at Hu Xuanong's words and actions. Seeing his strange expression, she knew that she had guessed correctly. She became more confident and said with a smile, "Third, Grandfather Hu got Uncle Hua's will, but he kept it a secret, so I speculate that there is something unfavorable about Grandfather Hua in it." Hu Xuanong's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that Gu Nianji, who had never seen the will and didn't know Hu Guanyuan, would be able to guess the contents of his will so accurately. Gu Nianji quickly thought about it. Then what is the content? Is it harmful to Grandfather Hua? So unlucky that he managed to hide this will for 17 years. You're so imaginative. It's such a waste of your talent to be a lawyer. You should go write novels. Maybe you'll already be famous. Hu Xuanong finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the ward was pushed open. Zhang Baochen appeared with his son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna. He was holding a fruit basket in one hand and a lunchbox in the other. Standing at the door and seeing so many people in the ward, he was a little dumbfounded. Gu Nianji was thinking about what kind of shameful private matter could make Hu Xuanong refuse to take out the will. As soon as she saw the Zhang family, she suddenly thought that this shameful private matter should be related to the Zhang family, right? Gu Nianji immediately turned around and asked, Why are you here? What are you doing here? Zhang Wenjie was excited to see Gu Nianji and immediately said, Miss Gu. Oh, you're here too. My grandfather asked us to come. We even need to bring our IDs and bank accounts. Did my grandfather ask you to come as well? Gu Nianji, she immediately understood that old Master Hua was planning to change the beneficiaries of the trust fund immediately. If they hadn't made the first move and frozen the trust fund, they might have succeeded. Gu Nianji immediately turned around and said to Hu Xuanong with a smile, the content in Uncle Hua's will that is disadvantageous to Grandfather Hua should be related to the Zhang family, right? Hu Xuanong tried his best to hold it in. He didn't want to reveal an uncomfortable expression, but his hand that was gripping the blanket tightly revealed his true state of mind. Gu Nianji's gaze shifted to the veins on the back of his hand, which looked like old tree bark. She nodded. Looks like I guessed right again. Guessed right my ass. Hu Xuanong's voice was gruff, and he finally couldn't help but curse. Isn't it? Gu Nianji put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and said with a smile, from the looks of it, Uncle Hua's will should have 3 parts. 1. The placement of Luo Xinchua and Luo Zhelan. 2. The distribution of his inheritance. 3. The treatment of Zhang Feng. After Gu Nianji finished speaking, Hu Xuanong's body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out by someone, he fell limply onto the hospital bed and closed his eyes. Zhang Baochen was so scared that he threw away the fruit basket and food box in his hands and quickly rushed over. Dad! Dad! How are you? Don't scare us. Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna were also shocked. They quickly walked over and stood in front of Hu Xuanong's hospital bed. They anxiously asked about Hu Xuanong's condition. Luo Jialan and Kai Xingnan looked at each other and quietly left Hu Xuanong's hospital bed. They moved towards the door of the ward. Xie Xinqing's 2 staff members saw that 3 more people had entered the ward and quickly protected him. However, the 3 staff members from the Special Operations Forces blocked the door of the ward and didn't allow anyone to leave. Gu Nianji stood beside Xie Xinqing and shook her head with a smile. She looked at the 3 members of the Zhang family who were crying in front of Hu Xuanong's hospital bed and said, "Are you guys putting on a big show?" Grandfather Hua is just tired and closed his eyes to rest. "Do you guys have to be so dramatic?" Zhang Baochen turned around angrily. His face was still wet with tears as he said loudly, "My father is already so old and has already fainted. You guys still want to force him? What's the matter? Can't you wait until he's better?" Gu Nianji spread her hands. "Mr. Zhang, this is the high-class ward of the Imperial Capital's Military General Hospital. It has complete equipment and facilities to ensure Grandfather Hua's health requirements. Look, the equipment over there doesn't have any reaction. It's enough to show that Grandfather Hua's heart rate is normal, his blood pressure is normal, and even his breathing rate is healthy and strong. So why are you crying? Don't you think it's bad luck?" Zhang Baochen was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the equipment beside the hospital bed. As expected, everything was normal. He looked at Hu Xuanong again and could clearly see the eyeballs under his eyelids moving rapidly. As expected, he hadn't really fainted. Zhang Baochen was a little embarrassed and said embarrassedly, "Dad, are you tired? If you're tired, then rest early. I'll ask these people to leave." Hu Xuanong really hadn't fainted. He had wanted to pretend to be sick like he was at home, but he had made a mistake. He hadn't expected that this was a hospital, and it was a high-class ward with the best facilities. If he had a relapse again, he would have been detected by the equipment in minutes, and a team of doctors would have immediately come to see him. Originally, he had wanted to rely on the fact that he was an old man and had a little of all kinds of geriatric diseases. No one could say that he wasn't sick. In the end, he had met Gu Nianji, who was serious about it. He had really lost face. Hu Xuanong opened his eyes, and his expression was almost ferocious. He looked at Gu Nianji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Thank you so much. I'm tired now. Can you guys leave?" Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. "When I'm done, we'll leave." She took a step forward and looked at Zhang Baochen. She asked, "Mr. Zhang, may I ask how old you are?" 47. What's wrong? Zhang Baochen looked at Hu Xuanong blankly. "Dad, what are you talking about?" "Tisk tsk, then you were already 30 when Uncle Hua's accident happened? You hadn't returned to the Hua family at that time, right?" Zhang Baochen shook his head. "I only returned to my father's side after my eldest brother passed away." Gu Nianji thought about it. Grandfather Hua had an affair with Zhang Feng more than 40 years ago. In that case, other than old Madame Xia, I think Uncle Hua should also know about it. The corners of Hu Xuanong's eyes twitched imperceptibly, and he looked away. Gu Nianji looked at him steadily and said with a smile, "I understand. The part of Uncle Hua's will that was a private matter that Grandfather Hua didn't want to see must have something to do with Zhang Feng. I speculate that Uncle Hua somehow found out about Zhang Feng and Grandfather Hua's illicit relationship, but old Madame Xia had already passed away at that time, so he didn't say anything and kept it to himself. But in his will, he made a decision on Zhang Feng." "What kind of decision was it?" Gu Nianji rested her chin on one hand and said in a daze, "I'm guessing that with Uncle Hua's personality, he wouldn't have been very intense and would have been very reserved. At most, he would have asked Zhang Feng to leave Grandfather Hua's side and the Hua family, right? But at that time, Grandfather Hua was still in the ascendant phase of his career, and it might even have been the most critical step. If Uncle Hua's will had been announced at that time, anyone with a discerning eye would have known what had happened. And the problem of style was too serious for someone like Grandfather Hua. So Grandfather Hua didn't allow such a thing to ruin his reputation and affect his promotion. Looking at the timing, Grandfather Hua was promoted to the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council after Uncle Hua's death. So Grandfather Hua suppressed the will and quietly watched as Hua Guanyuan's widow, Luo Xinchue, received Hua Guanyuan's trust fund and all of his other assets. Later, Luo Xinchue suddenly died, and Luo Zhelan, a lonely orphan girl, became the first legal heir to the property. Grandfather Hua knew that he had a better way to deal with the will. Gu Nianji had just finished speaking, and before she could confirm the truth of her story with Hua Xuanong, she heard applause in the ward. Little Nianji, oh little Nianji, I, Xie Xinqing, have never been convinced by anyone in my life, but you are definitely one of the people I am convinced by. Xie Xinqing clapped for Gu Nianji and looked at Hua Xuanong with disdain. He turned his head and took out a letter from the staff member next to him. He waved it at everyone in the ward. This is a copy of Hua Guanyuan's will. It was found in his Swiss bank safe. Luo Zhelan's eyes widened and she said in surprise, a Swiss bank safe. My father has a safe in a Swiss bank. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1329, Speculation of God. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1340. Why didn't I know my father had a safe deposit box in a Swiss bank? Luo Zhelan was so excited that her eyes turned red. This is fraud. This wasn't on my father's estate list at all. She had read the list of Hua Guanyuan's estate countless times and counted it countless times, but she had never known that Hua Guanyuan had a safe deposit box in a Swiss bank. Gu Nianji was silent. Although she felt that Luo Zhelan was his daughter, her focus was a little strange, she didn't say much. She only turned to look at Xie Xinqing and pointed at the letter in Xie Xinqing's hand. She asked calmly, Granduncle, is this really a copy of Uncle Hua's will? Hua Xuanong's heart sank. He still had his head buried, but he rolled his eyes at Xie Xinqing. A copy of the will. Xie Xinqing, you're really something. You heard me say that I lost the real will, so you immediately made a fake will, right? Xie Xinqing scoffed and shook the envelope in his hand. Who would have the time to forge a fake will? What good would it do me? My sister's dowry was only a small part of the Xie family's property. Why would I forge someone else's will for that small part? Do you think I'm as short-sighted as you and your adopted granddaughter? You're not blind, but you hate me. You hate me for humiliating your sister, so it's not impossible for you to forge a copy of the will to ruin my reputation. Hua Xuanong spoke eloquently, insisting that the copy of the will in Xie Xinqing's hand was fake. Xie Xinqing spread his hands and said helplessly. Do you still need me to ruin your reputation? I thought you were already stinky, but you were even more despicable than I thought. You're slandering me. Hua Xuanong pounded the bed. He was furious. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for forging someone else's will. Gu Nianji admired the performance of the two old men for a while. She reached out to hold Xie Xinqing's arm and said with a smile, Don't argue, both of you. Whether it's true or not, let old Mr. Xie tell us the reason first. I think Miss Luo is right. Why isn't this copy of the will on Uncle Hua's list of belongings? She believed that Luo Zhelan must have checked the list of Hua Guanyuan's belongings countless times. She knew best if she had missed anything. Xie Xinqing nodded and the mocking expression on his face disappeared. He patted the back of Gu Nianji's hand and sighed. Although Hua Xuanong isn't a good person, his son and grandson aren't bad. Especially eldest brother Guanyuan, and Xiaoheng, who was raised by my sister herself, they are all like my sister, not like this shameless old thing. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up slightly. She didn't say, I'm flattered. Instead, she praised him with pride. Old Mr. Xie has such good taste. Xie Xinqing looked at the will in his hand and said calmly, "Your uncle Beichen discovered this. When Huishuaneng was in France, it was your uncle Beichen who stopped me, so I swallowed my anger and didn't chase him away. But this time, because I investigated the trust fund under Luo Zhelan's name, I found out something else. Even my gentle and refined son couldn't tolerate it, so he let me come back to settle the score with Huishuaneng." Xie Xinqing's gaze darted between Huishuaneng and Luo Zhelan, and his expression darkened. Because Luo Zhelan authorized her trust fund to transfer money to Germany, this amount of money wasn't a small amount, and it involved the possibility of money laundering, so your uncle Beichen simply sent someone to check all the accounts of the trust fund over the years. Luo Zhelan's eyes widened in surprise. After she took over He Guanyuan's trust fund, she hadn't checked the accounts. And the other party had no obligation to account for the previous accounts, because she had only received the inheritance from Luo Xinxue. All the accounts had been transferred to her from the day Luo Xinxue died. The rest of the accounts only contained a summary of the income before that, and there were no details. Gu Nianji didn't know much about the financial management of the trust fund, but she roughly knew that it wouldn't be easy to check the accounts in detail. But for the Xia family, it wasn't difficult. Xie Xinqing continued, "When we checked the accounts, we found out that Guanyuan had opened a safety deposit box in a Swiss bank in Xiaoheng's name 17 years ago." As he spoke, he smiled at the puzzled Luo Zhelan. Why wasn't this Swiss bank's safety deposit box among Guanyuan's belongings? Because it wasn't under Guanyuan's name, but under Xiaoheng's. Gu Nianji. Is there really no one who knows? What if they forgot to check the accounts? Gu Nianji asked curiously. Xie Xinqing smiled and patted her head. They won't forget. When the trustee of the trust fund was questioned by your uncle Beichen, they said that they hadn't forgotten about the safety deposit box. Back then, Guanyuan left them a power of attorney. He said that if his nephew, Hu Xiaoheng, got married and he was no longer alive, he would give this envelope to him as a wedding gift. Gu Nianji felt sweet and sad at the same time. She felt both sympathy and respect for her uncle, whom she had never met. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She sighed and said, "No wonder. If the power of attorney was given to the trustee of the trust fund, it had nothing to do with Uncle Hua's belongings, so it wasn't recorded in the list of belongings. It was like he had written a letter to the trustee of the trust fund." Of course, this letter wasn't considered He Guanyuan's belongings, but the property of the trustee of the trust fund. Xie Xinqing continued, "With Xiaoheng's permission, we opened the envelope and found that it was a set of keepsakes for renting a Swiss bank safety deposit box. We used this keepsakes, as well as Xiaoheng's identity document and power of attorney. With the accompaniment of a lawyer, we went to the Swiss bank to open the safe deposit box. In the end, there was nothing else in the safe deposit box. There was only a sealed document bag and 2 letters. One of the letters was a copy of his will." Xie Xinqing looked a little uncomfortable as he said this. Gu Nianji observed his expression and quickly helped him change the topic. Then Major General Hua already knew that Uncle Hua had a copy of his will. Xie Xinqing shook his head. He didn't know. Although we got his authorization to open the safe deposit box, we didn't tell him what was inside. In other words, Xie Xinqing was even testing Hu Xiaoheng. Luo Zhelan and Huishuaneng asked almost at the same time. Then who was the document bag and the other letter for? Xie Xinqing looked at them disdainfully and said aloofly, "The document bag was still for Xiaoheng. We didn't open it. As for the other letter, it has nothing to do with you. I came back this time to deal with this matter. I opened the copy of the will. Because Guanyuan had already died, and we didn't hear that he had left a will, we were worried that there was something fishy going on, so we opened the envelope containing the will with the accompaniment of a lawyer." Xie Xinqing took a deep breath and looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. "Little Nianji, your speculations about Guanyuan's will were almost spot on." "Really?" Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up, and her face seemed to glow. She attracted everyone's attention. At that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and Hu Xiaoheng, dressed in the black uniform of the Special Operations Forces, strode in. He was extremely tall and burly. As soon as he walked in, he cast a huge shadow at the door, causing great mental pressure to many people in the ward. Gu Nianji, however, wasn't affected at all. She smiled and pounced on him. Hu Xiao, you're here. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and steadily reached out to catch her. He held her by his side and brought her to Xie Shenxing. He said, "Granduncle, can you show me the will?" "Of course." Xie Shenxing nodded and placed the copy of the will in Hu Xiaoheng's hand. "This was for you to begin with." Hu Xiaoheng opened the will and read it at a glance. Xie Shenxing turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and said mockingly, "Now, you don't have to worry about other people's things anymore. Everything will be returned to its rightful owner. Do you think I did it all for myself?" Hu Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore after being humiliated by Xie Shenxing. He knew that his relationship with the Xia family could no longer be mended, and he no longer dreamed of getting the Zhang family to get close to the Xia family. He looked at Xie Shenxing with almost resentment and said angrily, "All you know is money. If you've read the will, don't you understand why I would rather that huge fortune fall into the hands of someone unrelated than say a word? Isn't it because the matter between you and Zhang Feng was also mentioned in Guan Yuan's will?" Xie Shenxing shook his head. Guan Yuan hoped that Zhang Feng could retire early and said that she was no longer suitable to continue working in the Hu family. "Yes, he did mention Zhang Feng, but at that time, your sister had already passed away. It wasn't impossible for Zhang Feng and I to be together, but we didn't." Hu Xiaoheng said confidently, "What good do you think Guan Yuan is? He coveted his own sister-in-law. You're saying that I could let others see this will at that time? Does he still want his title as a martyr? Does his brother Guanchen still want to be a human?" Even Gu Nianji was shocked by Hu Xiaoheng's words. Although she knew that Hu Guanyuan had a deep crush on Song Jining, she absolutely believed that Hu Guanyuan was, in the heat of passion, and was very reserved. It wasn't as disgusting as what Hu Xiaoheng had said about coveting his sister-in-law. He was so reserved that Song Jining never knew that Hu Guanyuan had feelings for her. Moreover, this matter had already been used by Baijini and Luo Zhelan as evidence of Luo Xinchue's suicide during Baijini's case last year. At that time, Gu Nianji was the one who had saved Hu Guanyuan's reputation. This was because she had proved that Song Jining's letter, "Tears fall from my eyes, I regret not being able to meet you before we got married," was written under Baijini's guidance when she was mentally unstable. As for Hu Guanyuan's love letters, they were written a long time before Song Jining and Hu Guanchen got married. The man was unmarried, and the woman was unmarried. It was only natural for Song Jining to have someone pursuing her, so Gu Nianji refuted it with insufficient evidence. Now this matter had actually come out of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth, and he even said that he coveted his sister-in-law. So after Song Jining and Hu Guanchen got married, Hu Guanyuan still had designs on her. Gu Nianji found it unbelievable. Even if he did, with Uncle Hu's cautious mind, would he have written it in his will? Surely he knew how much trouble and harm it would cause Song Jining if he wrote it like that. Gu Nianji instinctively retorted, "I don't believe it." She moved closer to Hu Xiaoheng's hand and looked at the will together. Gu Nianji had been forced by He Zhichu to learn shorthand for a while. She had a very good memory to begin with, so she only took a few quick glances and had a new understanding of Hu Guanyuan's will. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng calmly. "Grandfather Hu, from which sentence did you see that Uncle Hu still had feelings for Miss Song?" "I couldn't see it at all." "Of course you couldn't see it." Hu Xiaoheng sneered. "Didn't you see what he wrote in his will? All the property rights to the trust fund were left to his nephew. Gu Nianji, that sentence was indeed in the will. However, this can only mean that Uncle Hu didn't want to leave the trust fund to Luo Xinchue and Luo Zhelan. Gu Nianji continued to analyze, what if Miss Song had another son in the future? Wouldn't that be an equal share with Major General Hua? The expression on Gu Nianji's face suddenly became strange. Her gaze slowly moved from Hua Xuanong's angry old face to Zhang Wenjie, who was giggling like he was listening to a book from heaven. Gu Nianji gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. She said in surprise, I understand now. I understand why Grandfather Hua tried so hard to transfer half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie. Because according to the original text of Uncle Hua's will, he specified that the trust fund would be given to his nephew, and Zhang Wenjie was also considered Uncle Hua's nephew. So literally speaking, he also has half of the inheritance rights. Before the Zhang family could rejoice, Gu Nianji continued, Grandfather Hua, you're too despicable. Uncle Hua clearly couldn't have known that you had an illegitimate son and grandson at the time. The nephew he was talking about was obviously Major General Hua alone. It was precisely to avoid suspicion that Hua Guanyuan didn't openly write that he would give the entire trust fund to Hua Xiaoheng, right? Because he didn't want to cause trouble for others. This is the first update of the day, chapter 1330, Believe or Not. Today is Monday, and I'm especially reminding everyone of the recommendation votes. It's the third update today. Dear friends, the monthly votes are awesome. I have to update as well. The monthly votes will be added at around 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update will be at around 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1341. That's right. It was because Xiaoheng was the only nephew at that time. Isn't he guilty of writing such a will? Hua Xuanong replied indignantly, I did it for his own good, for the sake of this family. You actually think I did it for a little money? Gu Nianji, a 9-figure asset was just a little money. Old Master Hua was too shameless. Gu Nianji cursed him inwardly. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the Zhang family's ecstatic faces. It was as if they had been hit by a pie from the sky. She immediately felt that she couldn't bear it. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to know what she was going to do and shook his head at her. This was his family matter, and he didn't want Gu Nianji to play the bad guy too much. If he wanted to go against Grandfather Hua, he had to do it himself. Gu Nianji understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant and looked at him worriedly. Her heart ached. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and held her hand tightly. It was as if he was giving her support, but also as if he was looking for strength from her support. Gu Nianji nodded. Go ahead. She would help Hua Xiaoheng fill in the gaps. Everyone in the ward felt that the two of them were exchanging flirtatious glances. Kai Xingnan was the first to be unable to take it anymore. She turned around angrily and turned her back to Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Luo Jialan had suffered a double blow. She was in a trance and didn't pay attention to Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng at all. Xie Xinqing, on the other hand, was watching happily and couldn't wait to give them a thumbs up. Zhang Wenjie's gaze was fixed on Gu Nianji's face the entire time. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze swept over that he shivered and looked away. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Baochun's attention was completely focused on Grandfather Hua. Hua Xiaoheng put the copy of Hua Guanyuan's will back into the envelope and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of Hua Xuanong's bed and said calmly, Grandfather, it's hard for me to accept what you said about Uncle. Just based on the distribution of the trust fund, it's too much to say that Uncle covets his sister-in-law. I'm a soldier who protects the honor of my comrades and comrades. I'm also my mother's son. If you continue to insist on this and humiliate my mother and uncle, I'm sorry. I'll take you to court even if you're my grandfather. You dare to say that there's nothing fishy going on between your uncle and your mother? Hua Xuanong's eyes were red. He hadn't expected to be slapped in the face by his own grandson. He couldn't take it, be it in terms of face or psychology. I swear on my military rank that before my uncle died, there was absolutely no relationship between him and my mother that was beyond the relationship of relatives and friends. Hua Xiaoheng raised his right hand. My uncle died 17 years ago, and my mother divorced my father. She's a single woman now. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. I won't stop my mother from remarrying, and you shouldn't use the term sister-in-law to describe the relationship between my mother and uncle. They are no longer uncle and sister-in-law. Hua Xuanong spat. Xiaoheng, who are you trying to fool? They have nothing to do with each other now, but back then. Back then? Do you have any evidence of what happened back then? Isn't this the evidence? Gu Nianji couldn't help muttering. This can be used as evidence? If Mrs. Song had another son, he would still be Uncle Hua's nephew, and the trust fund would have to be divided again. Grandfather Hua, don't be stubborn. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Uncle Hua distributed his trust fund like this purely because it's the property left behind by old Madame Xia and belongs to the Hua family. Gu Nianji glanced at the dazed Luo Zhelan. And Luo Zhelan isn't a daughter of the Hua family at all, so she naturally shouldn't enjoy the inheritance left behind by old Madame Xia. Uncle Hua left half of his savings to Luo Xinxue and Luo Zhelan. That's already a considerable amount of wealth. It's enough for the mother and daughter to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. He's done his best. I'm afraid you also thought that Luo Zhelan isn't Uncle Hua's biological daughter, so you didn't say anything and let her inherit Uncle Hua's trust fund, right? Gu Nianji's voice became lower and lower. You just thought that in her hands, it's like she's holding it for you. You can take the trust fund back from her at any time. Gu Nianji's words hit the nail on the head of Hua Xuanong's most secretive and unspeakable thoughts. Even he sometimes didn't dare to face these thoughts, but Gu Nianji had clearly revealed them. Hua Xuanong was about to scold Gu Nianji, but Hua Xiaoheng had already stood in front of Gu Nianji and said to Hua Xuanong, Nianji's thoughts are my thoughts. I just want to ask you, in the end, in your heart, is eldest uncle such a person who would disregard his honor and brotherhood for a woman? Hua Xuanong was flustered by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He couldn't care less and sneered, okay, your uncle is right. I was wrong. Then as you said, this is purely the property left to the Hua family. That Wenjie also has half. He straightened his neck and looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then glanced at Xie Xinqing provocatively. It could be said that he was very bold. Xie Xinqing put his hands behind his back and coldly watched how Hua Xiaoheng was going to deal with this matter. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said calmly, no, he doesn't have the right. What do you mean? Hua Xuanong's expression changed. Your uncle's will is written in black and white here. Isn't Wenjie his nephew? We can go for a DNA test. According to the new marriage law, children born out of wedlock also have the right to inherit. Back then, Zhang Feng had told him that he had a son named Zhang Baoqin, and that Zhang Baoqin was already married and had a son and a daughter. Hua Xuanong had sent someone to secretly test their DNA and confirmed that Zhang Baoqin was his son. Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wen'o were Zhang Baoqin's biological children, which meant that they were his grandchildren. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Hua Xuanong, and his eyes dimmed. He said, May I ask grandfather, when did uncle's will take effect? 17 years ago, when he sacrificed himself. Hua Xuanong's voice lowered, and he choked with sobs. He was my proudest son. Hua Xiaoheng ignored Hua Xuanong's show of weakness and asked, when did the new marriage law take effect? Hua Xuanong, he didn't remember when the new marriage law took effect at all. He only remembered that Zhang Feng had mentioned to him a few times that after the new marriage law took effect, it didn't matter whether they got married or not, and it wouldn't affect Baoqin's inheritance rights, but even if he didn't remember, he knew that it had happened in recent years, not 17 years ago. To be precise, the new marriage law took effect 7 years ago. May I ask everyone who knows the law, does the law that took effect 7 years ago have jurisdiction over a will from 17 years ago? As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, his gaze swept around the ward, but he didn't look at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was doing it for her own good, but she didn't mind arguing with someone like Huishuanong. Huishao, that's a good question. The basic principle of the law is the principle of non-retroactivity. In other words, the law only governs actions after it takes effect. Actions before it takes effect are governed by the previous law. Gu Nianji explained to him with a smile. That's right. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. 17 years before my uncle's will took effect, the law at that time stipulated that children born out of wedlock had no right to inheritance. Therefore, the Zhang family had nothing to do with us. The nephew and my uncles will only refer to the legitimate children of my father and mother. If my mother hadn't been seriously injured and lost her mind, perhaps I would have had a few younger siblings in these 17 years. But unfortunately, my father and mother didn't give birth to a second nephew in the end. In other words, I'm the only nephew who fits my uncle's will. Because his parents had divorced, it was impossible for a second nephew to be born unless his parents remarried. Huishuanong's face turned red and he said, Xiaoheng, don't go too far, okay? Even so, you're already so rich. Do you still care about this little bit of money? Grandfather has never begged you in his life, but this time, I'm begging you to give half of the inheritance rights to Wenjie. He's also your cousin. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept across the hopeful faces of the Zhang family, and finally landed on Huishuanong's face, who was begging him. He enunciated each word clearly, I can't do it. If I agree to it, my grandmother's spirit won't be able to rest in peace in heaven. Because of the existence of the Zhang family, his grandmother died with a grudge. He still wanted to use his grandmother's inheritance to raise Zhang Feng's grandson. It was already thanks to the army that he didn't kill them, because he wouldn't do such illegal things. But don't even think about getting a single cent from him. Hua Xiaoheng continued, I won't take this inheritance either. I will set up the Guanyuan Fund in Ms. Song's Institute of High Energy Physics in my uncle's name to fund the scientific research of the Institute of High Energy Physics. The last glimmer of hope was shattered, and Huishuanong couldn't hold on any longer. His heart was pounding rapidly. He clutched his chest and opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't breathe fresh air no matter how hard he tried. He was like a fish out of water, a bird without oxygen, and even his eyeballs were bulging out. The equipment in the ward was ringing loudly, and the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor outside the ward. A group of doctors in white coats rushed in. Seeing that there were so many people in the ward, they immediately waved their hands. Get out, get out. The patient is in critical condition. Why are there so many of you crowded here? Get out, all of you. This is the second watch of the day, chapter 1331, The Last Madness. Today is Monday, and I'm especially reminding everyone of the recommendation tickets. It's the third watch of the day. Dear friends, the monthly tickets are awesome. I have to work hard to update too. The monthly tickets for 3,600 plus updates were delivered. The third watch of the day was around 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1342. Hu Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji and accompanied Xie Xinqing out the door. Xie Xinqing's two staff members followed behind them, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan exchanged glances when they saw the chaos in the ward. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave. The three members of the Special Operations Forces were not to be trifled with. Luo Jialan had just walked to the door when a staff member stopped her and showed her an arrest warrant. Luo Jialan, please come with us. Luo Jialan looked at Kai Xingnan in panic. Lawyer Kai, save me. When you go to court, your lawyer will naturally save you. As the staff of the Special Operations Forces spoke, their hands moved quickly and they had already handcuffed Luo Jialan. Kai Xingnan quickly said, my client is not a suspect. How can you use handcuffs? The staff of the Special Operations Forces said politely, we obtained an arrest warrant issued by the court from the police station. You can ask the Imperial Capital Police Station if he is a criminal suspect. As she spoke, the other two staff members also came over and stood behind Luo Zhelan, separating Kai Xingnan from her. Kai Xingnan could only watch as Luo Zhelan was taken away. Walking out of the ward, Luo Zhelan saw Gu Nianji being tightly protected by Hu Xiaoheng's tall body. Her heart felt as if it had been soaked in poison. She quickly lowered her eyes to hide the murderous glint in them. Why? Gu Nianji was an orphan just like her. Why did she have both the body and the money now? Gu Nianji's attention was no longer on Luo Zhelan. She looked worriedly at the door of the ward. The emergency signal of surgery in progress was already lit up on the door. Grandfather Huo will be fine, right? She murmured. Her emotions were extremely complicated. Were they being too aggressive? If anything happened to Hu Xuanong, would it be disadvantageous to Major General Hua? If she had known this would happen, she would have asked her to confront Old Master Hua. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to understand what she was thinking. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and held her right hand with the other. He squeezed it gently to stop her from overthinking. Xie Xinxing stood beside them with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Hu Xuanong will be fine. Gu Nianji. Scourges live for thousands of years. He won't die so easily. Why wasn't he comforted? Hu Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset transmitted the voices of the members of the operation team. Chief, Luo Zhelan has been escorted back to the car. We'll be leaving first. Hu Xiaoheng responded. The members of the Zhang family looked very uneasy. Zhang Baochen glared at them, feeling indignant. Zhang Wenjie wanted to sneak a peek at Gu Nianji, but Hu Xiaoheng's gaze swept over him a few times. He didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Zhang Wenna lowered her head, deep in thought. She hid behind Zhang Baochen and Zhang Wenjie. Outside Hu Xuanong's ward, everyone had their own thoughts as they waited for the doctor to save Hu Xuanong. Not long after, the elevator doors at the end of the corridor opened again, and Hu Guanchen hurried out. What happened? I just received a call saying that your grandfather. Hu Guanchen saw Xie Xinxing beside Hu Xiaoheng and stopped abruptly. He then saw the Zhang family standing on the other side and frowned imperceptibly. What's going on? Why were there so many people? Is it a joint hearing? Although Gu Nianji was worried, she still wanted to laugh at Hu Guanchen's words. Wasn't it a joint hearing? She had finally figured out the matter of Uncle Hua's will. She heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at Hu Guanchen. You're here. Grandfather was a little agitated just now. The doctor is giving him first aid. Agitated? Why was he agitated? How did you agitate him? Hu Guanchen frowned even more. The old man is sick. Can't you all be understanding? It's not that we're inconsiderate, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Grandfather hid Uncle's will from us. It's also very difficult for us. It's been so many years. Hu Guanchen muttered, but he also knew how unfair it was to say this to his elder brother, who had already sacrificed himself. Hu Guanchen could guess what his father wanted to do behind his elder brother's will. It was indeed too much. Not only did he let Xiaoheng down, but he also let his mother down. How could his uncle just watch as his father acted so recklessly? Fortunately, Xie Xinxing was here, so Hu Guanchen didn't blame Hu Xiaoheng too much. Gu Nianji whispered. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Hu Guanchen, Xie Xinxing said coldly, Guanchen, you don't have to worry about this. We found a copy of your elder brother's will. Your father was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. He was just embarrassed. Hu Guanchen was shocked. A copy of the will. There's a copy of my elder brother's will. Yes, your elder brother is such a cautious person. How could he not have a backup plan? Xie Xinxing shook his head lightly. I'll tell you the truth. Your elder brother left almost all of his property to his nephew. Your father thinks that the guy over there is also your elder brother's nephew, so he wants to give half of your mother's trust fund to him. Huo Guangqin's face burned. He didn't expect his father to be so biased towards the Zhang family. It was one thing for him to be biased towards his elder brother. He couldn't compare to his elder brother in this life, but even his own son, Wu Shaoheng, couldn't compare to that useless Zhang Wenjie in his father's eyes. Why? Huo Guangqin also looked over indignantly. When he met Zhang Baoqin's gaze, Huo Guangqin's aura gained the upper hand. Zhang Baoqin cowered and didn't dare to look at them anymore. The atmosphere outside the ward was a little tense. After a while, the red light on the door of the ward turned off. The door of the ward opened, and doctors in white robes walked out one by one. The doctor at the front walked up to Huo Guangqin and Wu Shaoheng. He said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, the rescue was timely. The old gentleman is out of danger, but he can't be agitated anymore." Huo Guangqin quickly said, "Thank you, doctor. Can we go in and take a look?" "Go in. If the situation changes, we'll have to perform a major surgery." The doctor nodded lightly and left with his team. Xie Xinqing went into the ward first. Wu Shaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand and walked in. Huo Guangqin quickly followed them into the room. Zhang Baoqin also wanted to go in, but Huo Guangqin slammed the door in front of him. He couldn't go in. Inside the ward, Wu Xuanong's complexion had improved, but he was still panting. When he saw Huo Guangqin, he quickly said, "Guangqin, listen up, immediately find a woman who can give birth to children and marry her. Give me 8 or 10 sons, and then ask Shaoheng for the trust fund that your brother left behind." He didn't want to see Wu Shaoheng get all the benefits alone. He still had a grandson, so why should Wu Shaoheng get all the inheritance? Huo Guangqin was extremely embarrassed, but he still said calmly, "Dad, don't get agitated. Take care of yourself. Tell me, are you going to get married or not?" Wu Xuanong glared at Huo Guangqin. "Even you won't listen to me. If you're right, I'll listen. If you're wrong, don't say it." Huo Guangqin adjusted Wu Xuanong's blanket. "Besides, I don't want to marry another woman in my life. Unless Song Jining was willing to remarry him." Gu Nianji almost laughed out loud when she heard this. She knew it would be like this. How could he like another woman after marrying someone like Song Jining? Bai Jini had only used Huo Guanyuan's feelings for Song Jining to provoke Huo Guangqin. He was jealous and resentful, so he divorced Song Jining in a fit of anger. He was probably regretting it now. Unfortunately, Miss Song wasn't someone who could turn back. Huo Guangqin would never remarry in his life. Wu Xuanong also understood what Huo Guangqin meant and was instantly furious. "What's so good about that woman? Are you going to think about her for the rest of your life?" Wu Shaoheng couldn't be bothered to listen to his parents. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. "Shall we go back?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Yes, I'll go with you." Xie Xinqing also said, "I was going to take Nianji to my place to get her bearings." "Shaoheng, shall we go together?" Wu Shaoheng agreed. "You'll take my car." Xie Xinqing shook his head. "You'd better take my car. Let's talk together." The three of them discussed as if no one else was around. They nodded at Wu Xuanong and took their leave. They left Wu Xuanong's ward. Wu Xuanong had been angry earlier on purpose, but now he was really mad at the three of them for not taking him seriously at all. Even Huo Guangqin wasn't as good as he wanted. "Are you going to get married or not?" "No." Huo Guangqin was already old. How could he be forced by Wu Xuanong? Wu Xuanong was so angry that he slapped him. Huo Guangqin subconsciously stepped aside. Wu Xuanong couldn't stop himself in time and fell forward. The 4 needle in his arm was immediately pulled out of place, and it began to recover blood. The alarm in the ward rang again. Before Hu Xiaoheng, Xie Xinqing, and Gu Nianji could reach the elevator door, they saw the group of doctors rush out of the elevator and head towards Hu Xuanong's ward. What had happened? The three of them looked at each other and walked back. Hu Guanchen walked out of the ward with a pale face. Soon, the door of the ward opened again. Hu Xuanong was lying on a mobile hospital bed with an oxygen mask on his face. He was pushed out and headed towards the large operating theater. It wasn't until late at night that the attending doctor came out of the operating theater. "Doctor, how is my father?" Hu Guanchen asked anxiously. The attending doctor scolded, "I told you not to agitate the patient anymore. What did you do?" However, a doctor next to him who had seen the monitor of the ward quickly said in a low voice, "The patient was agitated himself. They couldn't do anything about it. I saw the patient make the first move." The attending doctor didn't continue to scold them. He frowned and said, "The patient's condition isn't optimistic. He won't wake up for the time being. You have to be prepared for him to become a vegetable. He was too old and had a bad temper. Even heart bypass surgery didn't work. The blood vessel blockage was too serious. Even if Hua Tuo was alive, there was nothing he could do." This was today's third update, Chapter 1332, Don't Go Back. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third update today. Dear friends, your monthly votes are awesome. I have to update as well moi. Chapter 1343. Hu Guanchen's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Is my father out of danger?" "His life is not in danger for the time being. If he still doesn't wake up tomorrow, you can transfer him to the ward and find a special nurse, a nurse who specializes in taking care of people in a vegetative state." The attending doctor had been tired for a few hours and really didn't have the strength to speak anymore. He waved his hand and left with his team. Xie Xinqing looked at Hu Guanchen with mixed feelings. Although he didn't like Hu Xuanong, as his son, it was understandable for Hu Guanchen to be filial to his father. No matter how incompetent his father was, he was still his father. No one could choose their own parents or blood relatives. Xie Xinqing sighed and comforted Hu Guanchen, "Guanchen, don't be too sad. Your father has a bad temper. It might be better for him to take this opportunity to recuperate. It's getting late. I have to go back and rest. Uncle, you've worked hard." Hu Guanchen was very apologetic. "I've been asking you to go back first. Why are you being so polite with us?" "I'm not being polite with you. I'm also responsible for your father being so angry today. Of course I have to wait here. At the very least, I have to make sure that his life is not in danger." Xie Xinqing boasted shamelessly. Gu Nianji felt ashamed of herself and felt even more respect for Xie Xinqing. She whispered, "It's already midnight. Granduncle, you should go back to Major General Hua's place to rest. It's too far to go to the West Mountains from here." "Sure." Xie Xinqing didn't stand on ceremony. He wasn't young anymore, and his body couldn't stand staying up late. Hu Xiaoheng held Xie Xinqing's other arm and said to Hu Guanchen, "Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of grandfather here." Hu Guanchen waved his hand with a worried expression. "Take granduncle to your place to rest. I'll be here. Don't worry." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and brought Xie Xinqing back to his official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces with Gu Nianji. Xie Xinqing had planned to take Gu Nianji to his West Mountain villa to get to know the way, but he was called over by Hu Xuanong halfway and stayed in the hospital until late at night. When they got into the car, Xie Xinqing took out the sealed document bag from his entourage's briefcase and handed it to Hu Xiaoheng. "Your uncle left this for you." Finally, he took out a letter and said uncomfortably, "This letter is for your mother, Song Jining." The car drove quietly on the empty street, onto the viaduct, and sped along the highway. Then, it turned off and quickly returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. After sending Gu Nianji and Xie Xinqing back to the official residence, Hu Shaoheng didn't stop. He rushed to the operations building and kept an eye on people interrogating Luo Zhelan overnight. Anyone who had been through a criminal trial would know that staying up late was the best way to interrogate someone. Especially when the suspect was extremely sleepy, he would answer whatever questions were asked without resorting to any other means. In a small interrogation room in the Special Operations Forces headquarters base building, the interrogation had been going on for a few hours. Hu Shaoheng went to the room next door and looked through the one-way glass window at the interrogation room opposite. The small interrogation room had a very simple layout. An inlaid LED shadowless lamp shone a silvery white light. There was a small square table in the middle of the room. On both sides of the square table were two solid wooden armchairs fixed to the ground. Luo Zhelan sat facing the one-way glass window. She was expressionless and kept shaking her head, refusing to answer any questions. After Hu Shaoheng came in, the interrogator on duty quickly stood at attention and reported to him. Reporting to Chief, we've already changed 3 interrogators. Each time, we've changed 3 batches of interrogators. The suspect still refuses to answer questions. Hu Shaoheng nodded. Continue. They had only changed 3 batches of interrogators. It was still early. The longest recorded time for this kind of interrogation was 21 interrogators. After 48 hours of continuous interrogation, they finally broke through the psychological defense of the exhausted suspect and began to confess. Although Luo Zhelan's willpower was stronger than the average person's, she still didn't have the endurance of those well-trained national-level spies. After the 4th interrogator was changed, she felt her head buzz. The female interrogator opposite her was clearly in front of her, but her voice seemed to come from the distant horizon. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the female interrogator in front of her. She found that her vision was blurry, and she could barely see the person's face clearly. Her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't lift them, and a wave of sourness invaded her brain. She was like a traveler trekking in the desert, her legs tied to wet sandbags, and it was difficult for her to move forward. When the other party's questions were repeated many times and formed a conditioned reflex in her mind, her psychological defense completely collapsed. She would answer whatever the other party asked. A pitch-black, high-precision camera peeked out from the roof and captured the entire situation in the room. Every moment of her answering the question did not escape the camera's capture. The female interrogator's voice was flat, without any ups and downs, as if it had a hypnotic effect. Luo Zhelan, how did you meet Yamaguchi Aiko? Luo Zhelan answered in a daze. When I was in France, I went to attend a flower ceremony and tea art class. She and I were the only 2 Asians in the class. The female interrogator asked again, how much do you know about Yamaguchi Aiko? Luo Zhelan pursed her lips. For some reason, there was a brief struggle in her heart. However, after the female interrogator repeated the question, she still said everything. Yamaguchi Aiko is Japanese and does business in Huaxia. She has a twin sister named Yamaguchi Yuko. The female interrogator nodded. How much do you know about Yamaguchi Yuko's situation? Yamaguchi Yuko died because of Gu Nianji. In order to avenge her sister, Yamaguchi Aiko swore to kill Gu Nianji. The female interrogator continued to ask, why did Yamaguchi Yuko die because of Gu Nianji? Luo Zhelan shook her head in a daze. I don't know. She didn't say. The female interrogator had no choice but to change the topic. Then how did Yamaguchi Aiko kill Gu Nianji? Luo Zhelan. Yamaguchi Aiko spent all her money to set up a trap. She told me that she would definitely be able to kill Gu Nianji. And then? Luo Zhelan, but the German man who worked with her, York, went back on his word and asked her for money again. He asked her for money again. How much did she give him before? Luo Zhelan, Yamaguchi Aiko gave York $100 million before, but York wasn't satisfied. He asked for another €5 million and said that he wanted it for his stepson to use when he was on the run. He also asked that it not be remitted from Yamaguchi Aiko's account. And then you borrowed it. €5 million isn't a small amount. Did you lend it to Yamaguchi Aiko or give it to her? Yamaguchi Aiko told me that the trap she set up had already put Gu Nianji in danger in Germany. She almost fell into a state of despair where she couldn't even call for help. A trace of joy flashed across Luo Zhelan's unfocused eyes, as if she could see Gu Nianji in danger. This situation made her happy from the bottom of her heart. So you agreed? Luo Zhelan nodded. I agreed to pay the money on the condition that Gu Nianji must die. In order to put another foot on Gu Nianji and help her go to hell earlier, Luo Zhelan, who had always been stingy, generously took out €5 million. It was this €5 million that exposed her and Yamaguchi Aiko's tracks. It also gave the Special Operations Forces, who had been tracking Yamaguchi Aiko for 2 years, a new light of hope. The female interrogator made a record and continued to ask. Yamaguchi Aiko agreed. She was very surprised and asked me, so you also have a grudge against Gu Nianji? Luo Zhelan licked her lips and wondered why her mouth was so dry. She barely realized how much she had said. The female interrogator smiled. What did you say? I said, I have a grudge. She stole my man, and I hate her more than killing my parents. This was what she had said to Yamaguchi Aiko at that time. She had a particularly deep impression of it because she had received Yamaguchi Aiko's unusual approval. After that, Yamaguchi Aiko had taken her as a confidant and told her many other things. For example, Yamaguchi Aiko had already died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea, so when she came out to set up a trap, no one would have thought of who the culprit was. After the interrogation, Luo Zhelan was taken away and imprisoned. The female interrogator sorted out her interrogation materials and shook her head regretfully. It was true that people died for money, and birds died for food. A man who was too beautiful was also a fatal temptation for women. She put away the folder, went to the next room, and knocked on the door. Come in. Hu Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice came from the room. The female interrogator pushed the door open and entered. Hu Xiaoheng, who was dressed in a black Special Operations Forces uniform, sat under the same silver and condensed LED-inlaid shadowless light. His expression was steady and calm, and his eyes were dark and bottomless. The female interrogator placed the folder on the small square table in front of him and raised her head, revealing an overly gentle and charming face. Her light brown wavy hair draped behind her head. Her skin was snow-white, her nose was high, her eyes were deep, and her lips were dazzling. She had the unique beauty of a mixed-race woman. Her figure was tall, and her curves were undulating like a mountain range. When she looked at people, her eyes moved. Although they were emotionless, they could still intoxicate people. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. He looked her up and down. You're back. It seems that your training has been good. The female interrogator immediately gave a proper military salute. Reporting to the chief, I just returned to the base yesterday. There's not enough manpower for today's interrogation, so I took over temporarily. Hu Xiaoheng nodded, crossed his legs, and said leisurely. How was the interrogation? The female interrogator picked up the folder and recounted the results of the previous interrogation before concluding. Combining Luo Zhelan's confession and our intelligence, we can see that these two people who also hate Gu Nianji have become true best friends. They also reached an agreement that Luo Zhelan would transfer the last €5 million to York's bank account. When York received the final payment, he became even more aggressive in his pursuit of Gu Nianji. At that time, Yamaguchi Aiko even went to Germany personally to take command. But because the German Gestapo interfered, they didn't succeed. Gu Nianji was rescued and detained by Reinitz, and Yamaguchi Aiko's whereabouts are unknown. Hua Xiaoheng listened quietly for a while, then said. Yamaguchi Aiko didn't tell Luo Zhelan the truth either. I don't believe that she has a twin sister named Yamaguchi Aiko. Also, send someone to check the French records, especially the training classes that Luo Zhelan attended. See if we can find any clues about Yamaguchi Aiko. Yes, Chief. The female interrogator quickly recorded it down. I'll hand it over to the relevant person in charge. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said with satisfaction, I still have other work for you. You can take a break for a few days. After the female interrogator left, Hua Xiaoheng took out the sealed document bag that Xie Xinqing had given him and the letter that was addressed to Song Jining. He placed them on the small square table in front of him and began to ponder. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1333, Fatal Attraction. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. Tomorrow's monthly ticket is 3,900, and there are 3 updates. The second update will be around 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Bagel 16 for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1344. There was a sealed document bag and a letter. Both of these things had been kept in a Swiss bank safe by his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, more than 10 years ago. What exactly was inside? Judging from the time, his uncle had placed these 2 things in the safe and had specified that he would give them to him as a wedding gift when he got married. It shouldn't be some urgent official business. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and leaned back against the hardwood chair. Under the silver-white LED shadowless light, his silhouette was deep and clear. His exquisite jaw glowed like jade. The female interrogator, who had returned from assigning work, glanced at him without batting an eyelid and knocked on the door. Chief. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and put away the document bag and letter on the table in front of him. Has everything been assigned? The European field office should have started by now. If there are no accidents, we'll know the results tomorrow morning. They wanted to check the flower ceremony and tea art training classes that Luo Zhelan had attended to see if there was a Japanese woman named Yamaguchi Aiko registered among them. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and nodded with a smile. Okay, you can go now. Wait for my notice. The female interrogator smiled comfortably. I haven't taken a vacation in years. I don't even know what it's like to take a vacation. Go back and see your parents and spend time with them. It's been hard on you all these years, Hua Xiaoheng said gently. Also, after you return to the team, the organization will conduct a routine investigation on you. This is a procedure, you understand. I know. The female interrogator nodded calmly. This is a job requirement. Hua Xiaoheng took the document bag and letter and left the Special Operations Forces headquarters building with her. Returning to his official residence room, Hua Xiaoheng took out the 2 things again and looked at them, then opened the sealed document bag. The sealing method of the document bag was a common method that they used. Hua Xiaoheng could open the document bag without breaking the seal. In fact, he did the same. The seal didn't change at all, but he had already opened the document bag. What he took out was a small stack of printed data on A4 paper. The paper was already a little yellow, and it was obvious that it was at least 20 years old. As for the data, Hua Xiaoheng looked at the first page and realized that the data looked familiar. It seemed to be the data that his mother, Miss Song, often dealt with. He flipped through the pages, and when he reached the last page, his gaze suddenly froze. On the last page, there was a simple message and a strong signature, Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng had never expected to see a completely unexpected signature in this document from 17 years ago. He quickly looked through all the data again and confirmed that there was no message on any other paper except for the last page. The message on the last page was also very brief. Mr. Hua, this high-energy magnetic field data was measured by me. I am willing to hand it over to you. I hope that the Huaxia military can start the high-energy magnetic field experiment as soon as possible. As far as I know, the United States, Japan, and Germany are all conducting experiments in this area to varying degrees. As a descendant of Huaxia and a scientist, I have the obligation to remind my motherland. Although I have never returned to Huaxia and am not a Huaxia citizen, Huaxia is still my motherland. It is the motherland of my ancestors, and it is also the motherland of my children and grandchildren. I only wish for Huaxia to prosper and have a strong military that can resist all foreign invasions, protect its people from being killed, and protect its land from being trampled. Sincerely, Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng's hands trembled slightly. Hua Xiaoheng, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed on top of him, had tears in his eyes. It was a thin piece of paper, but it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. It was as if it carried the endless faith and determination of the Huaxia people for 100 years to save the nation from extinction. This nation had experienced disasters for 5,000 years, but they had stood up from the ruins again and again and walked to the forefront of the world. It was because of these intelligent, powerful, and unwilling Huaxia people. He finally understood where the secret experiments carried out by the military had originated from. Hua Xiaoheng sat motionlessly in his study. He had thought about many things the whole night, but it also seemed like he didn't think about anything. He just blinked his eyes, and it was dawn. He stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. He looked at the brilliant light outside the window and took a deep breath. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was only 6 in the morning. He didn't know if Ms. Song had woken up yet. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed his excitement, changed into camouflage sportswear, and went out for morning training. 10-kilometer cross-country steeplechase, hurdles, pull-ups, push-ups, boxing, and moving target shooting at the shooting range. He was already sweating profusely after completing the simplified version of the daily physical training of a special forces soldier. But his mind was also much clearer. It was exactly 7 in the morning when Hua Xiaoheng returned to his official residence. He called Gu Nianji's room to wake her up. Gu Nianji used to wake up at 7 in the morning when she was at the base with him. But ever since she went to university, Gu Nianji had slacked off a lot. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she hated running the most. She had even secretly broken the treadmill in their apartment. She thought he didn't know. Thinking about Gu Nianji's sly and lazy look, Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and kept dialing the internal number in Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji was so annoyed that she was finally woken up by him. She picked up the phone angrily and shouted, "Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Call your soul." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. "I'm not calling your soul, I'm calling your bed." Gu Nianji woke up with a start. Hua. Major General Hua. Was it really okay to be talking dirty so early in the morning? Look at what time it is. Why aren't you getting up? Hua Xiaoheng urged her calmly. I'm going to Ms. Song's Institute of High Energy Physics later. Do you want to go? Ha! Go see Ms. Song. Yes, yes. Gu Nianji liked Song Jining very much, so she quickly agreed and got out of bed. Hua Xiaoheng only put down the phone when he saw that Gu Nianji was awake. A call came in through his Bluetooth headset. Chief, the French field personnel have sent back the results of the investigation. The team leader in charge of interrogating Luo Zhelan reported to Hua Xiaoheng. They checked the information on the training classes that Luo Zhelan mentioned for the past 2 years, but they didn't see a Japanese name, Yamaguchi Aiko, sign up. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. Are there any other Japanese names? No, other than Luo Zhelan's Chinese name, the other names are all typical European and American names. This meant that Yamaguchi Aiko must have used a fake identity and a fake name when she signed up. But she had told Luo Zhelan her real name. That wasn't surprising. After all, Luo Jialan hadn't had the chance to see Yamaguchi Aiko's registration information, so she didn't know that Yamaguchi Aiko had used a fake name to sign up. Is there any way to find out where Yamaguchi Aiko is from those typical European and American names? Chief, we can check, but there have been tens of thousands of people who have signed up for these training classes in the past 2 years. If we check them one by one, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Hua Xiaoheng was just asking casually. It seemed like this lead had been cut off. Yamaguchi Aiko was indeed a very cautious person. The reason why she was able to reveal her true identity in front of Luo Jialan was probably because of the 5 million euros. Alright, let's go. There's no need to continue investigating, Hua Xiaoheng ordered. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs to take a shower. When he came down again, he was already downstairs with Gu Nianji for breakfast. After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng personally drove Gu Nianji to the Institute of High Energy Physics to look for Song Jining. In the car, Hua Xiaoheng handed Gu Xiangwen's signed data to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji thought it was some top-secret document, so she carefully flipped to the last page. When she saw the signature, she was stunned. This is data from my father. This was the second update for today, Chapter 1334, Messages from the Past. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Tomorrow's monthly votes will be 3,900 for the third update. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1345. Hua Xiaoheng held the steering wheel and nodded calmly. Surprised, right? Even I didn't expect this at all. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding. Her hands were trembling just like Hua Xiaoheng's. She looked through all the data again, but her eyes were filled with circles. She was even worse than Hua Xiaoheng in this regard. She couldn't understand what the data was for at all. She could only learn from Gu Xiangwen's simple message that this was the high-energy magnetic field data that Gu Xiangwen had measured. The United States, Japan, and Germany are all conducting secret research, so our country really can't fall behind. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Our country missed the first and second industrial revolutions, and lagged behind the third industrial revolution. And the high-energy magnetic field opened the door to the fourth industrial revolution. This new energy was several orders of magnitude higher than the so-called renewable and environmentally friendly energy. Of course, at the military level, it was dealing with the creation of new weapons. One could imagine how much Gu Xiangwen's letter had shocked the Huaxia Empire military back then. Gu Nianji listened to Hua Xiaoheng's narration silently and seemed to be deep in thought. Her fingers rubbed her father's signature fondly. This handwriting was almost exactly the same as the handwriting on her childhood photo. When she was rescued by Hua Xiaoheng from that car, the small backpack she was carrying on her back contained drawings of the plane engine and a single photo with her name and date of birth. Faced with her memory loss from shock, the Special Operations Forces also called her Gu Nianji, based on that photo, and confirmed her birthday. But my father. Why is he in contact with Uncle Hua? Gu Nianji asked curiously. How did they meet? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the road ahead and said calmly. My uncle used to do similar work as I did. However, at that time, there wasn't a specialized organization called the Special Operations Forces, but a special operations team directly under the military. Gu Nianji still didn't understand. So they knew each other. My father said he had never returned to the Huaxia Empire. How did he know Uncle Hua's identity? Hua Xiaoheng wasn't sure about this, but he knew that perhaps Hu Guanyuan's work had attracted Gu Xiangwen's attention. In other words, Gu Xiangwen had always been paying attention to the technological and military developments of the Huaxia Empire. After all, the vast majority of overseas Chinese hope to have a strong and prosperous motherland, with the exception of a few Miang dogs. I'm afraid only my uncle and your father know about this. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji also happened to look up at him. Their eyes met, both of them thinking the same thing. Perhaps their meeting was not a coincidence. Was Gu Xiangwen's meticulous plan for that sudden car accident? However, by that time, Wu Guanyuan had already been dead for 10 years. Gu Xiangwen did not contact anyone from the Chinese military. Did he only communicate with Wu Guanyuan? The two didn't talk anymore and drove all the way to Song Jinning's Institute of High Energy Physics. What wind is blowing today? What brings you two busy people here? Song Jinning, who was wearing a white lab coat, smiled and opened the door for them, inviting them in. This was Song Jinning's office. Outside the office was a small living room with two double sofas placed opposite each other in the middle. After Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng sat down, Hu Xiaoheng placed the letter that Xie Shenqing had brought in front of Song Jinning. Gu Nianji thought about it and placed the document bag in front of Song Jinning. What's this? Song Jinning was surprised. It actually has my name on it. However, upon closer inspection, the handwriting was a little familiar. She frowned slightly and stroked the yellowed envelope, but didn't open it. Where did you get this letter from? Song Jinning's voice lowered. If I'm not mistaken, this is your uncle's handwriting. Song Jinning had known about Hu Guanyuan's feelings for her from the lawsuit with Bai Jini early last year. She didn't fall in love with him because of this, but she was still filled with gratitude for Hu Guanyuan's pure and unadulterated love. Not only was she grateful for his deep love, but he was also considerate of her and didn't cause her any trouble. She was also grateful for him saving her life 17 years ago. There was also an inexplicable awkwardness. After all, Hu Guanyuan was her ex-husband's older brother. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the document bag on the coffee table and said calmly. Uncle rented a safe in my name at a Swiss bank 17 years ago. These two things came from that safe. Then, she added, Uncle also has a copy of his will in that safe. They were both brought over by my uncle this time. Song Jinning was slightly surprised. Your uncle has returned to the country. Yes, he's only been back for 2 days. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said, Grandfather just had an attack. He hasn't woken up yet after emergency treatment in the hospital. Song Jinning. Everything happened after your granduncle came back. Song Jinning smiled and shook her head. He still abhors evil and can't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. Song Jinning immediately realized that Hu Xuanong being hospitalized for emergency treatment and Xie Shenqing returning to the country with a copy of Hu Guanyuan's will were inextricably linked. Gu Nianji couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. She said, Granduncle is so amazing. Grandfather Hu kept saying that he had lost Uncle Hu's will. It was gone. Granduncle finally took out a copy of the will. Grandfather Hu almost fainted at that time. A safe from 17 years ago. Song Jinning shook her head with a smile and asked carefully, This is indeed something your uncle would do. By the way, when exactly was it? Do you know? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it. There was a receipt for renting the safe in the keepsake. The time was about, Hu Xiaoheng said, a date 17 years ago. Song Jinning was silent for a long time before saying. That was a month before our official experiment began. A month later, they started the experiment again. They didn't know what went wrong in the middle, but there was a major accident. A huge explosion. Not only did almost all the participants in the experiment die in that accident, but even the original data used as a reference was destroyed. That was because the original data was stored in the basement of the experimental building. At that time, there was no concept of cloud storage. Because of the need for security, they didn't store any original data elsewhere. It was also because of this reason that Bai Jini took advantage of the fact that almost all the main participants in the experiment were dead to seize the power of the Institute of High Energy Physics, hoping to restart the experiment on her own. But the result was obvious. 17 years had passed, and Bai Genie's experiment hadn't made any progress until Gu Nianji sent her to prison last year. If the accident hadn't destroyed the original data, it would have been much easier for us to restart the experiment now. Song Jining ran her hand through her hair and said regretfully, "My father and your uncle were the ones who led the experiment at that time. Everything was mediated by the two of them. Even I was only following orders." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She opened the document bag and took out the data inside. She only left a brief message from Gu Xiangwen on the last page and placed the rest of the A4 paper in front of Song Jining. "Miss Song, take a look at this. Do you remember anything?" Song Jining glanced at Gu Nianji and lowered her head to pick up the small stack of A4 paper. Her expression froze as soon as she glanced at it. Then she stood up from the sofa and said excitedly, "Where did you get this data? How did you get this original data? This is the original data you used for the experiment." Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help secretly giving herself a thumbs up. She had guessed right. The original data that Song Jining and the others had relied on for the experiment 17 years ago had indeed been provided by her father, Gu Xiangwen. Song Jining nodded repeatedly. "Although I don't remember the specific data values, I still have a general impression of the data range. This data should be the original data I saw back then." "But, how did you get it?" She remembered that her father had hidden the original data in a thermostatic, dry safe in the basement of the experiment building like a treasure. He couldn't even make a copy. When he wanted to see it, he had to go through layers of security and go to the basement to study the data himself. What they could bring up were derived values derived from the original data. Song Jining had spent countless days and nights in the basement back then, constantly calculating and deducing the original data. Because the magnetic field data was closely related to the natural environment, the slightest change in the natural environment would cause a huge change in the magnetic field data. Therefore, the original data could only provide them with a set of reference objects. They needed to use this set of reference objects to find the magnetic field values that belonged to their own country's environment. Gu Nianji said, "If this really is the original set of data you had back then, I think it should be the original version. What you used was actually a copy." Song Jining looked up at Gu Nianji. "You're saying that this is the real original version?" Hua Xiaoheng also nodded. "The original data you saw was attached to the letter that Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen, wrote to uncle back then." Gu Nianji quickly took out the last page of the data and placed it in front of Song Jining. "Miss Song, take a look." Song Jining quickly read Gu Xiangwen's message and was extremely touched. "This is really Gu Xiangwen's handwriting? I didn't think I would have the honor of seeing the original work of this great scientist with my own eyes." Gu Nianji, it seemed too exaggerated. She smiled sheepishly and said, "Miss Song, it's good that I can help you." "Of course." Song Jining couldn't wait any longer. "Nianji, can I make a copy of this data? To tell you the truth, ever since the appearance of nature's uncanny high-energy magnetic field in the Sea of Japan, and the magnetic field observation in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia, I've had a lot of new ideas about this experiment. But as you know, this kind of experiment is very dangerous. Without detailed parameter verification, I don't dare to do it rashly. Now that I have this set of original data, my verification process will be even more perfect." She understood each of these sentences separately, but when they were strung together, she couldn't understand a single word. She could only look at Song Jining with a not understanding smile. Gu Nianji kept nodding. "Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, okay. You're beautiful. Whatever you say is right." Song Jining, Hua Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed Gu Nianji's head. "Don't mess around. We're getting down to business." This was the first night watch of the day, chapter 1335, "You're beautiful, whatever you say." It was the third night watch of the day. Once it was time for the third night watch, the monthly votes would shoot up like a rocket. At around 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes would increase to 3,900, and the third night watch would be at around 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Lu Xiaodi and Beth1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1346. Song Jining looked at Gu Nianji and knew that she didn't understand the danger of this experiment. Looking at the raw data in her hand, Song Jining had a pained expression on her face. Nianji, do you know why Xiaoheng's uncle rented a safe on the eve of the experiment and put the backup of the will and the original data in it? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Isn't this because he's not putting all his eggs in one basket and spreading the risk? Yes. Song Jining nodded approvingly. Huo Guanyuan is a very cautious and careful person. He backed up these things in advance and stored them elsewhere because he was fully aware of the danger of this experiment. How dangerous is it? Gu Nianji was even more curious. Isn't it just an experiment? Isn't it controllable? Song Jining shook her head. This is a very cutting-edge experiment. She paused and remembered that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng weren't on the confidential list of their experiment, so they couldn't know the details of the experiment. Song Jining looked down and thought for a while, then said, Nianji, do you still remember the explosion ruins we saw in the Tunguska region of Siberia, Russia? Gu Nianji nodded. I remember. It was such a huge pit, like a sinkhole. It's hard to imagine that it was caused by an explosion. The last time our experiment had a major accident, the explosion was similar to the Tunguska explosion. Of course, the explosion here is much smaller and not as powerful, because we don't have that much energy to support the explosion to the extent of the Tunguska explosion. Gu Nianji, Song Jining's words sounded really complicated. It was both regretful and glad. It was as if she was regretful that they didn't have that much energy, but also glad that they didn't have that much energy. In short, it was a long story. Gu Nianji could understand Song Jining's indescribable feelings. She stood up and walked to Song Jining's side. She held her hand and comforted her. Ms. Song, with this raw data, I believe that with your abilities, the experiment will definitely succeed. Song Jining was touched. Gu Nianji continued. Even if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't matter. Failure is the mother of success. Song Jining was exasperated and amused at the same time. She reached out and pinched Gu Nianji's delicate and straight nose. Little Nianji, you're wrong this time. If this kind of experiment fails, the car will be destroyed and will die. We can only succeed, not fail. Gu Nianji's beautiful eyes widened even more. Oh. It was just an experiment. Is it really that serious? What do you think? Song Jining looked at the raw data in her hands and sighed faintly. The United States, Japan, Germany, and maybe other countries have been conducting the same experiment for more than a decade. But look at them. Who has ever announced success? It's all behind closed doors. Who knows how many people have died or been injured? Gu Nianji blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Then. Has anyone ever succeeded with this experiment? Of course. Song Jining waved the stack of A4 papers at Gu Nianji. Your father, Gu Xiangwen, succeeded once. As far as we know, he's the only person on the entire blue planet who has ever succeeded. Gu Nianji gasped. You're not exaggerating on purpose, are you? Her father, Gu Xiangwen, had succeeded on his own in an experiment that even the top 10 countries on Blue Planet had failed with the help of their entire country. This was too exaggerated. Why would I exaggerate? Song Jining didn't understand. Look at the raw data. Everyone who has done this experiment knows that without success, we wouldn't have gotten the raw data. Then can't we just follow the data? Gu Nianji was even more confused. Since he succeeded before, shouldn't it be repeatable? Nianji, the repeatability of this kind of experiment is different from other experiments. For other experiments, we just need to produce the successful data for everyone to replicate. But for this experiment, because the experimental conditions are so different, no one can replicate the experimental conditions of others. Therefore, it's impossible to completely repeat the experiment based on other people's data. But having a set of successful raw data is also very important because it points you in the right direction. It's like marking coordinates on an unfamiliar road. You follow the coordinates and you'll be able to reach the other side of success. Without this set of successful raw data, you might not even be able to reach the edge of the road. Gu Nianji nodded thoughtfully. So you're saying that my father's original data helped us find the right path? But finding this path doesn't mean we've reached the end. Yes, to complete this path, we still have to rely on ourselves to explore. But with this set of raw data, we can greatly shorten the time we need to explore. Song Jining smiled sincerely. But how did my father succeed on his own? Gu Nianji still felt that it was too unbelievable. She knew that her father, Gu Xiangwen, was a genius, but she still hadn't expected him to be this talented. I'd like to know that too. Song Jining said with great yearning as she held the stack of A4 papers tightly to her chest. If I have the chance to meet your father, I'll definitely ask him many questions about physics. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining silently and imagined her father and Miss Song discussing the famous problems in physics together. She suddenly felt that the image was too beautiful to look at. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak until Song Jining was about to take the stack of A4 papers to make a copy. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and said, I'll make a copy. Take a look at this letter. He pointed to Hua Guanyuan's letter to Song Jining. Song Jining pursed her lips and reluctantly placed the stack of A4 papers back into Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She reminded him, you have to be careful. Don't use too much force. You can't tear it even a little. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng took the A4 papers and turned to leave. He went to the copy room next to Song Jining's office to make a copy. Gu Nianji pulled Song Jining to sit down and smiled. Miss Song, you're not going to read this letter, are you? Song Jining sighed and whispered, Xiaoheng was here just now, so I was too embarrassed to say it. Can you help me take a look at this letter? If it has nothing to do with the experiment, I won't read it. Gu Nianji knew what Song Jining was worried about, so she whispered, Miss Song, that's not good, is it? No matter what, Uncle Hua has been sacrificed for so many years. Just take it as the last thing you can do for a martyr. Why don't you take a look at his letter? Song Jining felt that Gu Nianji's words made sense. Besides, why would she need to avoid suspicion? She had already divorced Hua Guanchen. Did she still think of herself as Hua Guanchen's wife and Hua Guanyuan's sister-in-law? She was really thinking too much. Song Jining had come around to this point, so she didn't refuse anymore. She picked up the letter Hua Guanyuan had left behind and tore open the seal without hesitation. Gu Nianji became nervous and stared at Song Jining intently. Song Jining took out a thin piece of letterhead from the envelope. It was a pure white letterhead with a pencil sketch of Song Jining on it. She was sitting at the desk in the classroom with one hand supporting her head and the other holding a pen. The other end of the pen was in her mouth as she looked at the door with a smile. There was no signature or title. It was just a simple black and white pencil sketch with a simple expression, but it made people feel the infinite affection that the person who drew it had poured into it, and the shock that struck straight to the heart. Song Jining looked at the pencil sketch in a daze and suddenly said, This is what I looked like when I graduated from college at the age of 17. Because it was that year that Hua Guanchen had confessed to her, and she had accepted him and officially become his girlfriend. Later, she had gone to the United States to study for 3 years. After she had completed her studies and returned home, she had married Hua Guanchen. The two of them had had so many beautiful memories, but they had been changed beyond recognition by the passage of time. Song Jining no longer had any feelings for Hu Guanchen, and she had already planned for the rest of her life. Her scientific research projects were packed, so she had no time to think about personal matters. As for Hu Guanyuan, she had no idea that his feelings for her had started so early. This person hid his feelings and thoughts too deeply. Song Jining let out a long sigh and put the pencil sketch back into the envelope. I like this drawing very much. Nianji, tell Xiaoheng that I'm leaving this letter. With that, she turned around and left the lab, returning to her dormitory. Gu Nianji didn't chase after her. Instead, she looked at Song Jining's back with understanding. She knew that Hu Guanyuan had used his own death to sublimate his feelings for Song Jining. Regardless of whether Song Jining loved Hu Guanyuan or not, she would never forget everything that this person had done for her in silence. Hu Xiaoheng returned with the copied data. Seeing that Song Jining was no longer in the office, he frowned and asked Gu Nianji. Where's Miss Song? Gu Nianji pointed in the direction that Song Jining had left. She should have gone back to the dormitory. By the way, Miss Song said that she liked that painting very much, so she kept the letter. What painting? Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. Could it be that there was a painting in that letter? Gu Nianji nodded. Your uncle also knows how to draw. He drew a pencil sketch of Miss Song. It's really good. Hu Xiaoheng, he also understood Song Jining's feelings, but as a son, his feelings were even more complicated. Hu Xiaoheng picked up the phone and called Song Jining. Miss Song, I've put the copied data in the safe in your office, Hu Xiaoheng said to Song Jining as he opened the safe. Song Jining stood in front of the window and nodded. Okay, the password to my safe is, no need, I've already opened it. With a click, the safe in Song Jining's office opened. Song Jining, Gu Nianji. How could she have forgotten that Hu Xiaoheng also had a unique skill, which was opening people's safes? This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1336, Same Approach. It was the third update of the day. A reminder for everyone, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes for 3,900 plus updates were delivered. The third update was around 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1347. After placing the data in the safe, Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji left the Institute of High Energy Physics. In the car, Hu Xiaoheng discussed with Gu Nianji. How do you plan to fight Luo Zhelan's case? You mean the case of Ms. Song suing Luo Zhelan for attempted murder? Yes. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. She personally admitted yesterday that she was involved in Yamaguchi Aiko's pursuit of you in Germany. But because you were hunted down in Germany, it involved the German Gestapo, and it involved too much national security, so we can't use this confession and evidence to publicly prosecute Luo Zhelan. Gu Nianji nodded, not surprised. It's okay. I know she's part of it. Besides, the real culprit is Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Zhelan is just an insignificant minion. Sorry to trouble you. Hu Xiaoheng freed a hand and patted her head. I'll help you catch Yamaguchi Aiko. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said firmly, the net of the law is long, but nothing escapes. Of course, Yamaguchi Aiko will be caught, but Luo Zhelan will also have to pay the corresponding price for what she has done. Even if they couldn't charge her for participating in the assassination of Gu Nianji, it was certain that she intended to murder Song Jining. As long as this charge was established, it would be enough for Luo Zhelan to suffer. What we should do now is to show the trust fund manager a copy of Uncle Hua's will and transfer the trust fund from Luo Zhelan's name. Gu Nianji reminded Hu Xiaoheng, you have to hurry up with setting up the Guanyuan fund. Hu Xiaoheng had already made the arrangements. He smiled and said, I'll ask my uncle to help me handle the transfer of the trust fund's beneficiaries. He's better at it than I am. Gu Nianji saw that Hu Xiaoheng had asked Xia Beichen for help, so she didn't say anything else. The car sped all the way. Before they arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hu Xiaoheng received another call from Hu Guanchen. He told him that Hu Xuanong had not woken up yet and had been transferred to the special patients ward. They needed to hire a professional nurse who knew how to take care of vegetative patients. Hu Xiaoheng replied dryly, "Thank you for your hard work. Grandfather's life is not in danger, is it?" "He's out of danger." Hu Guanchen was very tired. "But all the data doesn't look good. The doctor said that if he doesn't wake up in 4 weeks, he'll be in a vegetative state." "You're so busy. Do you need me to get a nurse for you?" Hu Xiaoheng had been resting at the base recently, so he had more time than Hu Guanchen. Gu Nianji listened attentively from the side and whispered, "You can't do this. When Grandfather Hu is fine, the Zhang family often comes forward. Now that something had happened, they were going to hide. You have to let the Zhang family bear half of the responsibility of taking care of him." Hu Xuanong had risked his life to seek benefits for his illegitimate son, and even didn't hesitate to harm the interests of Hu Xiaoheng, his legitimate grandson. When Gu Nianji thought of this, she took it to heart. Hu Xiaoheng and Hu Guanchen both heard what Gu Nianji said and fell silent at the same time. They really didn't think about the Zhang family just now. "I think Nianji is right." Hu Guanchen's tone softened. "I'll call Zhang Baochen and ask him to take on half the responsibility of taking care of her." Hu Xiaoheng turned on the speakerphone, so Gu Nianji could hear what Hu Guanchen said. She was a little happy. After all, Hu Guanchen had always had a bad impression of her. It was rare for him to take the initiative to praise her like this. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Not only do you have to bear half of the responsibility of taking care of her, but you also have to bear half of the care and medical expenses. Mr. Hua, you must remember to mention it. It's fine if I pay, right?" Hu Guanchen didn't think much of it at this moment. "As long as I can contribute." When Hu Xuanong was an old cadre, medical care was free. However, after being stripped of his military rank and forced to retire, his benefits were cancelled. Now, he was no different from an ordinary citizen. Although he had purchased commercial medical insurance, the expenses of a vegetable were not covered by the commercial medical insurance. This was a lot of money. Hu Xiaoheng and Hu Guanchen could afford it, but if the Zhang family had to bear half of the medical expenses, they could only tighten their belts or sell their extra houses. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Guanchen was taking it for granted again. She quickly explained, "Mr. Hua, it's like this. As grandfather Hua's illegitimate child, Zhang Baochen also has the obligation to support the elderly. Whether they're willing or not is one thing, but whether you mention it or not is another. If you don't mention it, if there's a property involved in the future, they will say that you didn't ask them to support you. It's not that they don't want to support you. You have to give them a chance to perform. If you don't mention it, the other party will use, I don't know, to avoid responsibility in the future." Hu Guanchen understood. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Nianji is really mischievous. Not only are you digging a hole, but you're also blocking other people's paths in advance, so that they have no choice but to jump into the hole." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How am I digging a hole? I'm just making legal suggestions according to the law." She simply made it clear. They can't exercise their rights when it comes to inheritance. When it comes to supporting them, they can shirk all kinds of responsibilities. The law clearly states that if a person with the right to inheritance fails to fulfill his obligation to support them, it's equivalent to abandonment and can be deprived of the right to inheritance. They openly asked the other party to fulfill their obligation to support them. If the other party was unwilling, then they would know how powerful they were after Hu Xuanong passed away. If they were willing, that would be even better. Hu Guanchen and Hu Xiaoheng could worry less. They believed that they didn't care about Hu Xuanong's inheritance. When it came to inheritance, Wu Guanchen understood even more. He smiled bitterly and said, "I hope your grandfather is fine." Although his heart is a little biased, but Gu Nianji didn't like hearing such words. She turned her head to look out of the car window and didn't say anything else. Hu Xiaoheng turned off the speakerphone and said to Wu Guanchen, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." "I'm driving." Wu Guanchen nodded. "Be careful." After hanging up the phone, Hu Xiaoheng freed a hand and patted Gu Nianji's head. "Okay, don't be angry. I'm not worth it for you." Gu Nianji turned around and took Hu Xiaoheng's hand off. She placed it back on the steering wheel and deliberately said with a straight face, "Drive properly. Don't break the traffic rules." Hu Xiaoheng chuckled. His pleasant and magnetic voice calmed Gu Nianji's emotions. She no longer bared her fangs and brandished her claws like an angry little kitten. After a while, Gu Nianji whispered, "Grandfather Hua is your grandfather. I shouldn't have said bad things about him. But he's too good at pretending. Think about it. When your grandmother died, he refused to give her part of the inheritance. I thought he was a noble person. In the end, after your uncle died, he started to covet his trust fund." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and said lightly, "When my grandmother died, my uncle was still alive and well. At that time, grandfather didn't know that Luo Jialan wasn't my uncle's biological daughter. Therefore, Hu Xuanong's suspicions about Luo Jialan's identity had probably started when he saw Hu Guanyuan's will. It was very suspicious that his inheritance was not given to his biological daughter, but to his nephew. When he found out that Luo Jialan and Hu Guanchen weren't father and daughter, Hu Xuanong's mind naturally cleared up. His inheritance was insignificant, and it didn't make much of a difference whether he wanted it or not, but Hu Guanchen's trust fund was no small matter. Not everyone could maintain their original intentions in the face of such a large sum of money. Gu Nianji thought about it. "Okay then. I hope he'll learn a lesson this time." The two of them returned to the base and saw several high-level bulletproof cars parked at the entrance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji looked at the license plate of one of the cars and said in surprise, "Isn't that Speaker Long's car?" Hu Xiaoheng also said, "There's also General Ji and Prime Minister Bai." What were the three of them doing at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence? This was today's third update, Chapter 1337, It's Rare. It was the third update today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1348. Gu Nianji wasn't very sure, but Hu Xiaoheng was well aware. The three of them couldn't wait any longer, so they came to visit Xiaoxinqing together. Hu Xiaoheng put his arm around Gu Nianji's waist and walked up the steps of the official residence together. He said softly, "They're here to see granduncle." Gu Nianji had also guessed it, so she nodded calmly. "Got it." The two of them walked into the living room together. The center of the spacious living room was slightly sunken, and there was a set of simple and low-key corner sofas. Xiaoxinqing sat alone with his back to the north. Opposite him were the three most powerful men in the Huaxia Empire, and all of them were respectful. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai sat in front of Xiaoxinqing, as upright as primary school students in front of their teachers. If Hu Xiaoheng hadn't reminded Gu Nianji felt that her jaw would have dropped. It took her a lot of effort to look away. She lowered her eyes and bowed to the four people in the living room with Hu Xiaoheng. General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, three rare guests, Hu Xiaoheng said politely, then greeted Xiaoxinqing. "Granduncle." Xiaoxinqing smiled and waved at them. "Nianji, come here and sit next to granduncle." He didn't call Hu Xiaoheng because Hu Xiaoheng was General Ji's subordinate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to put on airs in front of his immediate superior. Gu Nianji was different. Although she also served in the Senate, she hadn't officially joined it yet. Moreover, she was a woman, so she had some privileges in front of men. Besides, she was also Xie Shenqing's junior, the kind who was related to him. Gu Nianji walked over obediently. Granduncle. Xie Shenqing patted Gu Nianji's hand and smiled at the three big shots in front of him. You're too kind. I came back this time for this junior of mine. Her deceased aunt was the daughter-in-law of the Xie family, and she's engaged to Xiaoheng this time. I thought I had to come back and hold an engagement banquet for her. I hope the three of you will do me the honor. Xie Shenqing had personally held an engagement banquet for Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. Everyone could tell how important this was. It seemed that the Xie family really approved of this marriage. General Ji was most happy to see this happen. He immediately smiled and said, "That's great. Old Mr. Xie really has foresight and courage. Our Xiaoheng's fiancé is in high demand. Fortunately, you were able to help us settle the matter with one palm, ha ha ha." Everyone laughed together. Speaker Long was actually related to the Xie family by marriage in a roundabout way. After Gu Nianji's aunt, Gu Tian, passed away, Gu Tian's husband, Xie Dezhao, married Speaker Long's cousin, and Xie Dezhao was a member of the Xie family. Although he was a distant relative of Xie Shenqing and the others, he was still a member of the Xie family. However, this relationship was so distant that Speaker Long didn't dare claim to be Xie Shenqing's relative. He didn't expect Xie Shenqing to value Gu Nianji so much. They were also distant in-laws. Xie Shenqing treated Gu Nianji as a true relative and junior, but he was much more polite and distant towards Speaker Long. Speaker Long knew that Xie Shenqing was deliberately raising Gu Nianji's status. After all, Hua Xiaoheng was too eye-catching. Gu Nianji was a little orphan with no parents and no family. If she wanted to gain a foothold in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire, just the support of the Hua family wasn't enough. However, if the Xie family directly stood up for Gu Nianji, then no one in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire would dare to look down on Gu Nianji again. On the contrary, he knew very well that after this engagement party, Gu Nianji would enter the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire with a new attitude. Those who used to look down on her would probably be filled with regret. Speaker Long thought about it and smiled even more like a Maitreya Buddha. He said, "Nianji is a member of the Senate. Whoever dares to go against her will be going against the Senate. The members of the Senate don't have any other abilities, but they are eloquent and good at writing. When the time comes, let's see who can hold on, ha 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 ha." Prime Minister Bai wasn't as relaxed as General Ji and Speaker Long. He was still a little reserved. He smiled calmly and didn't say anything. Although Xie Shenqing had been joking, he hadn't stopped observing and evaluating the three people in front of him for a moment. He had handed over such a large country to them. He hoped that they were all people who had the heart to do something and put the interests of the country first. General Ji had always been a good person. Although Speaker Long looked kind, Xie Shenqing knew that he was the best at hiding a knife in a velvet glove. As for Bai Jianqing, Xie Shenqing nodded slightly in his heart. Decades of cabinet career had made him very cautious. However, in the end, he was able to stand out in the general election and become the prime minister. He was also a person who had a plan and was willing to endure hardships. He was also someone who had the heart to do something and hoped to leave his name in history. Xie Shenqing was at ease with such a person as prime minister. He nodded and smiled. "You're being too polite. I originally said that I would entertain you at my house, but this is Xiaoheng's official residence, so I'll present it to you. We'll be eating here today. Tell Xiaoheng what you want to eat and let him make it." "Oh. We'll be able to eat Major General Hua's cooking today." Speaker Long was surprised and delighted. He exchanged a look with Bai Jianqing and was extremely happy. The corners of General Ji's mouth twitched. Xiaoheng also has an orderly in charge of cooking. What are you two so happy about? He was Hua Xiaoheng's immediate superior, but he had never received such treatment. What right did these two have to share with him? Speaker Long looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting next to Xiaoxinqing. He smiled and said, Xiaoheng might not be able to cook alone. Nianji will also go help. The two of you can cook a meal for us together. Old Ji, is that okay? Look at you, your eyes are about to become copper bells. When General Ji heard this, he laughed heartily. That won't do. If Nianji cooks, I'd rather not eat Xiaoheng's food. I'll leave immediately. I'll leave the danger zone immediately. By the way, Mr. Xia, I have to take you with me too. Little Nianji cooks, that's a big deal. The entire base's bomb squad and firefighters have to be on standby. He was teasing her about how she had almost burned down the kitchen when she was cooking. Gu Nianji blushed and felt extremely uncomfortable sitting next to Xiaoxinqing. Old Ji, there's more to what you're saying. What happened? Speaker Long didn't understand and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, tell us, is there anything that old Ji knows that we don't? Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said, I'll go change my clothes. Please take a seat first. As she spoke, she ran upstairs as if she was fleeing. Everyone looked at each other and listened as General Ji laughed and told them about how Gu Nianji had tried to cook a few days ago and ended up causing the entire base to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Even someone as composed as Xiaoxinqing laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He took a tissue from the coffee table and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't stop smiling. This little girl is so funny. This won't do. I have to give her a top-notch chef. Otherwise, what if Xiaoheng makes her angry when she gets married and doesn't know how to cook? How is that possible? Xiaoheng is destined to cook for your Nianji for the rest of his life. General Ji laughed. Time is too tight today, so let the kitchen prepare something to eat. We'll save our stomachs and wait for Xiaoheng and Nianji's engagement feast another day. Xiaoxinqing agreed. He didn't have any intention of forcing Hua Xiaoheng to cook it himself. As soon as General Ji said it, he immediately changed his mind and said, then let the kitchen prepare some dishes that we all like to eat. Let's talk while we eat. It was everyone's tradition to talk business when they were eating and drinking. Many things were discussed at the wine table. One's alcohol tolerance was like one's character. Only when one saw the other party drinking could one feel at ease to talk about things. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and went to the kitchen to discuss the dishes with the head chef for the day. After everything was arranged, he went upstairs to see Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji lay on the bed alone and buried her little face in the soft goose down pillow. She almost sank into it. Hua Xiaoheng picked her up. Are you trying to suffocate yourself to death? Gu Nianji buried her head in his arms again and said in a muffled voice, It's so embarrassing. How did they know? Hua Xiaoheng was amused. It was such a big scene, and it was in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Did you expect General Ji not to know? I've tried my best to hide it for you. Look at Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai, they don't know. But they know now. Gu Nianji was indignant. I didn't expect General Ji to be like this. Big mouth. Shameful. Major General Hua, you're not allowed to cook for them. Gu Nianji still didn't know that Xiaoxinqing had changed his mind. Yes, I won't cook for them. I'll only cook for you. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and his voice suddenly softened. Be good, be good. Gu Nianji's heart was stirred by his magnetic and melodious voice. No matter how big her emotions were, they were soothed by him. Every pore on her body rippled with the word joy. She leaned against his chest and smelled his unique scent. It was dry and refreshing, like the summer sun. She could hear his vigorous heartbeat. This man, from head to toe, inside and out, was hers. Gu Nianji looked up at Hua Xiaoheng's exquisite and perfect jaw. She wanted nothing more than to push him down. Of course, she was just thinking about it. There were 4 big shots sitting downstairs. How could Hu Xiaoheng be pushed down by her upstairs and then do that and that? Gu Nianji squirmed in Hu Xiaoheng's arms resentfully. Her slightly hoarse and soft voice was like a little kitten meowing coquettishly. Remember what you said. You said you'd only cook for me. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back. I'll definitely only cook for you in my private time. Don't worry about that. But he still had work hours, so he couldn't guarantee that. Gu Nianji didn't dwell on it. She nodded quickly. I know. I'm talking about private time too. As for your work. Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng with a half-smile. Her eyes were seductive. Major General Hua has even pretended to be your fiancé. What's so special about cooking? Hu Xiaoheng, this little vixen was getting better and better at flirting. Hu Xiaoheng's heart warmed. If it weren't for the 4 big shots sitting downstairs, he could have sex with this little vixen right now. He closed his eyes and restrained himself. He put her on the sofa and stood up. Gu Nianji reclined on the sofa and looked at Hu Xiaoheng lazily. She gently stroked her collarbone with one hand in a seductive posture. She was going to be a demon again. Hu Xiaoheng leaned over and kissed her lips fiercely. He said hoarsely. You stay here obediently and wait for me to come up tonight to catch the demon, okay? This was the first update of the day, chapter 1338, she's going to be a demon again. Looking at the monthly votes, he decided that it would be the 3rd update today. It was going to reach 4,200 soon, so he'd increase the update in advance. At around 1 p.m., the monthly votes would increase to 4,200, and the 3rd update would be around 8 p.m. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Chapter 1349. Gu Nianji raised her head and closed her eyes. She said in a low voice with a smile. If you don't come, the fairy will fly away. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He pinched her waist and rubbed it hard before using great willpower to pull himself away from her. When he returned downstairs, he chatted with the 4 big shots and poured tea and snacks for them. It wasn't easy for him to calm down from the amazement and excitement just now. Xie Xinxing, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai had already talked about business. The living room of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence was one of the safest places in the entire Huaxia Empire. They could talk about many things here without worrying about being eavesdropped. Xie Xinxing asked with concern about the secret experiment that the military had collaborated with the Institute of High Energy Physics. The major accident 17 years ago cannot be an obstacle to your continued progress. As far as I know, the United States has made great progress in this regard. If we haven't made a breakthrough, we'll be greatly behind in this 4th Industrial Revolution. The Huaxia Empire had missed the 1st and 2nd Industrial Revolutions. Now, in the 3rd Industrial Revolution, the Huaxia Empire could be considered to be lagging behind. Other than the 1st Industrial Revolution, the 2nd and 3rd Industrial Revolutions were mainly characterized by the replacement of energy sources. The 4th Industrial Revolution was an advanced form of energy replacement, the development and use of magnetic energy. In this regard, military technology was always at the forefront of civilian technology. Every major breakthrough in science and technology started in the military. For example, the network technology that had swept the world in the past decade or so was born from a secret U.S. military laboratory decades ago. At first, it was only used on a small scale in the military, but later it developed into civilian use. Then it became an indispensable daily routine in people's lives. General Ji quickly said, ever since Director Song recovered, we've been preparing to restart the experiment. Director Song is the only researcher who survived that experiment. With her as the leader, I believe we can overcome the difficulties, find out the reason for our previous failure, and make new progress. Xiaoxinqing nodded and said with relief, "That's good. We can't let go of this research for even a day. There's been no progress in the past 17 years. We don't have much time left. We have to hurry." "Don't worry, we'll definitely work hard to catch up." General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai all expressed their determination with very serious expressions. This was not only Xiaoxinqing's wish, but also the wish of General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, and millions of Huaxia people. Hu Xiaoheng recalled the original data in his uncle's safe and Gu Xiangwen's letter. His heart skipped a beat. How did Gu Xiangwen get in touch with uncle? He knew that the founder of his line of work had many informants overseas, but these people only had one line of communication with him. They only recognized him and only sent him messages. They never contacted anyone else. Moreover, after the death of the founder, many people also cut off contact with the Huaxia Empire and did not continue to be informants. In his later years, the founder refused to write his memoirs. That was because he knew too many things and knew too many people. There were many secrets that he couldn't say aloud. He would rather take them to his grave. At the end of the day, those people were willing to work for him because they trusted him. The people who had been in contact with the Grand Master were not ordinary people. It wasn't that he looked down on ordinary people, but there were some important intelligence clues that ordinary people couldn't get their hands on. You had to be in that position to be able to play a greater role. Of course, there were also some people who chose to continue working with the Huaxia Empire, but the most powerful person among them had died in an American prison because of Bai Yuxing's betrayal. Therefore, those people in the past didn't dare to contact them. This was something that couldn't be helped. Hu Xiaoheng was only wondering if Gu Xiangwen was also maintaining this kind of one-way contact with his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, just like those people who had been in contact with the Grand Master. And did Hu Guanyuan also abide by their agreement and not say a word to anyone else like the founder of their line of work? The fact that this raw data was preserved and handed over to Hu Xiaoheng must have been the result of many considerations. For Hu Guanyuan to do this was already the limit of what he could do, right? It would probably be a fantasy if he wanted to find Gu Xiangwen's contact information through him. Hu Xiaoheng frowned slightly. It seemed that this path wouldn't work. He had to find another way. On Ozawa's side, it was time to urge him. That day, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai lingered in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence until late at night. They only left after having supper. After sending the 3 big shots back, Xiaoxinqing said to Hu Xiaoheng, "I have to go back to the West Mountain Villa tomorrow. Nianji should come with me and stay at my place for a few days. Do you agree?" Of course, Hu Xiaoheng agreed. He even said, "I don't have anything to do these few days, so I'll stay with you." Xiaoxinqing raised his eyelids and looked at him. He chuckled. "You can't bear to part with her. TSK, don't worry, I won't mistreat your little wife." Hu Xiaoheng. The next day, the weather was sunny and sunny. It was a little hot early in the morning. Gu Nianji came down from upstairs. She was wearing a pair of white leggings and a pair of Isabelle Marant shoes. She wore a pair of Isabelle Marant flat-bottomed white cleats and a dark blue cotton lycra t-shirt. It fit her very well, accentuating her exquisite figure and slender waist. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were as clear as jade. Her lips were lightly dotted with light lipstick, as if they were smeared with honey. It made people want to kiss her. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her and thought to himself without batting an eyelid. The demonic aura was everywhere. It seemed that he hadn't caught enough demons last night. He had to continue working hard. Gu Nianji had been caught by him last night. She seemed to be severely injured, but after sleeping, she was immediately full of energy. She looked even more demonic than yesterday. Major General Hua, I went to the West Mountain Villa with granduncle today. Gu Nianji was carrying a small suitcase that contained her daily necessities and a few changes of clothes. She was also carrying the computer bag that she always carried with her. Hua Xiaoheng helped her carry the suitcase and sent her out to the car. He said, "Granduncle is already waiting in the car at the door." "Why are you so slow?" "Ha! Granduncle is so fast. I thought I was quite early." Gu Nianji looked at her watch. "It's not even 8 o'clock yet." "He's old, so he doesn't sleep that much." Hua Xiaoheng went out with her. There was indeed a modified Rolls-Royce luxury car parked at the entrance of the official residence. Seeing that they had come out, a staff member got out of the Rolls-Royce and helped Gu Nianji open the back compartment. Hua Xiaoheng walked Gu Nianji in and leaned over to say to his granduncle, who was sitting inside, "You go back with Nianji first. I'll come over to your place for dinner tonight." "Okay, we'll wait for you for dinner tonight, but for now, you can go do your work," Xie Xinqing said with a smile and waved his hand to close the door. Hua Xiaoheng, after watching the cars leave together, Hua Xiaoheng turned around and called Chen Lai. "Chen Lai, come with me to the Military General Hospital." Chen Lai was surprised. "Why are you going to the Military General Hospital? Are you sick?" "It's not me, it's my grandfather," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Chen Lai was originally a genius attending doctor at the Military General Hospital. He had been recruited by Hua Xiaoheng and became the attending doctor of the Special Operations Forces, but he also had his own position at the Military General Hospital. Returning to the Military General Hospital was like returning to Chen Lai's second office. Chen Lai didn't refuse directly and asked, "Your grandfather is sick?" "More than sick." Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only say, "You'll know when you come with me." Chen Lai was a national expert, and he was best at performing heart surgery. He brought Chen Lai to the special care unit of the Military General Hospital and happened to see the Zhang family members poking their heads out of the door. The person Hua Xuanong was taking care of in the ward was one of Hua Guanchen's orderlies. "Major General Hua, you're here." The orderlies quickly stood up and saluted. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and pressed his salute down. He asked, "What are they doing here?" "They said they wanted to take care of Grandfather Hua," the orderlies said carefully. "What do you think we should do? Should we let them stay, or?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down and said, "Since they're willing to take care of him, let them take care of him. Just don't leave." "Of course I won't leave." The orderlies quickly expressed their loyalty. Chen Lai followed Hua Xiaoheng into Hua Xuanong's intensive care unit. As soon as he saw the equipment in the room, he knew what Hua Xuanong's illness was. He clicked his tongue and began to check the data on the monitoring equipment in the ward. He then opened his small surgical box that was comparable to a battlefield hospital, took out his own equipment, and began to examine Hua Xuanong's body again. The Zhang family members were dumbfounded. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1339, Time is running out. The monthly ticket of 4,200 plus updates was delivered in advance. The third update was around 8 p.m. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1350. This is Dr. Qin. Zhang Baochen had lived in the Hua family for more than 10 years, so he knew more people than his two children. Chen Lai and Hua Xiaoheng were good friends, so Zhang Baochen had seen him a few times. Chen Lai grinned at him and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry. Old Hua's illness might not be incurable." "Ha! That's great." Zhang Baochen let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna saw that their father trusted this chubby little doctor so much, so they also looked over with concern. Hua Xiaoheng, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back as he stood by the window and looked out. His straight back was exceptionally handsome. He was wearing his Major General summer uniform, and he was so handsome and charming that people couldn't take their eyes off him. After Chunlai connected the equipment to Huashuanong, he ignored the Zhang family. He skillfully operated the equipment to check Huashuanong's physical condition and recorded the relevant data on his tablet from time to time. This round of comprehensive physical examination took a full hour and 45 minutes. Zhang Wenjia and Zhang Wenna were so bored that they almost fell asleep. Zhang Baochen stared at Chunlai and Huashuanong without blinking, afraid that he would miss any details. After the examination, Chunlai said regretfully to the Zhang family, "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Grandfather Hua has indeed entered a vegetative state." "Ha! No way. Didn't they say that he would only be a vegetative state if he didn't wake up after a week? There's still a few days. Maybe he'll wake up." Zhang Baochen was the first to express his disbelief. "Do you really know how to diagnose? This isn't a normal headache or fever." Chunlai put away his equipment and wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "That's right, you can wait. It's fine to wait a few more days. I'm just stating the facts. The data from the equipment points to the conclusion that he's in a vegetative state. It's not easy for me to fool you. It's definitely not. You're so filial, so you definitely don't need fake comfort, right?" Zhang Baochen's face turned red. He's just saying what's on his mind. How is he asking for false comfort? The doctor had clearly said that he would only be in a vegetative state if he didn't wake up for a week. Chunlai had been brought here by Hua Xiaoheng. Perhaps he had colluded with Hua Xiaoheng to deliberately exaggerate the situation. Zhang Wenjia and Zhang Wenna hurried to Zhang Baochen's side and whispered, "My dad didn't mean anything by it. You're different from the other doctors. He's just expressing his doubts." Hee, I'm indeed different from other doctors. You can choose not to listen to me." Chunlai packed up the equipment and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and raised his hand. "Go down first. Wait for me in the car." Chunlai nodded and left with the small surgical box. Hua Xiaoheng said to the Zhang family, "Since you're here, it means that you're willing to share half of the nursing responsibility. How about this? Every month, I'll send you a receipt for half of the previous month's care and medical expenses. The duration of care is also 1 month. Have you found a professional caregiver?" Zhang Baochen blushed and said, "We'll come and take care of him after he's diagnosed in a week." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and took out a nursing contract. "Sign it. After signing, everyone will go back to their own duties and mind their own business." These words meant that he wanted to distance himself from the Zhang family. Zhang Baochen had a bitter expression on his face as he took the nursing contract from Hua Xiaoheng's hand. He said, "Let me take a look first. Can I sign it after I'm done?" Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. "Whatever. There are surveillance cameras here anyway. It doesn't matter if you sign it or not." In fact, he was bluffing the Zhang family because the hospital surveillance cameras here couldn't record. They could only see videos. Hua Xiaoheng left the ward and returned to his car. He ordered Chunlai to drive back to the base. In the car, Chunlai said in a low voice, "Grandfather Hua's illness isn't optimistic. You have to be mentally prepared." "You mean his life is in danger?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "The hospital said it's not life-threatening." Chunlai shook his head. "He's in a vegetative state. He has indeed entered a vegetative state." "Oh, it's good that his life is not in danger." Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "As for the vegetative state, we are indeed mentally prepared. But Grandfather Hua's vegetative state is relatively shallow. I've checked the responsiveness of his cerebral cortex. There is still a certain response to external stimuli." "What do you mean?" Hua Xiaoheng looked over and asked aloofly, "A vegetative state still responds to external stimuli?" Of course, there are several conditions in a vegetative state. The most serious one is like a suspended animation. The next level is only a minimal state of consciousness. The next level is grandfather who has chronic disturbance of consciousness, but he still has a certain degree of perception of the outside world. Chen Lai explained Hu Xuanong's condition to Hu Xiaoheng. In other words, he can sometimes hear other people talking and has a brief moment of lucidity in his mind, but he can't move or speak because moving and speaking require more brain cells to cooperate. He can't do it for the time being. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the tablet in his hand. That's good. Try your best to treat him. There should still be a chance of recovery. It's impossible for him to recover. He might be able to wake up in 8 to 10 years. Chen Lai winked at Hu Xiaoheng. Let the Zhang family take good care of him. When grandfather Hu wakes up, he'll definitely make it up to them. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and didn't reply. How old was Hu Xuanong? Could he hold on for 8 to 10 years? It was impossible. It seemed like he would be like this for the rest of his life. Hu Xiaoheng was even more confident in Chen Lai's medical skills. If he said so, it must be so. Gu Nianji followed Xia Xinqing to the Xia family's villa in the West Mountains. The Xia family's villa was different from He Zhichu's villa. It was obvious that He Zhichu's villa was newly built. Although it was luxurious, it didn't have enough heritage. If she hadn't seen the Xia family's villa, He Zhichu's villa would still be very classy in Gu Nianji's heart. However, when she saw the Xia family's villa, Gu Nianji thought to herself, there's always someone better than you. The Xia family's villa should have been around for some time. It exuded a rich history and grandeur. It was luxurious and low-key to the bone. It couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Instead, it looked very ordinary and moving. The walls were white, the tiles were black, and the eaves were double. Walking in, there were layers of courtyards, arched doors, front porches, back buildings, left lakes, and right pavilions. There was also a viewing platform with pointed pavilions high up on the east side. Standing on this viewing platform, one would definitely be able to look into the distance and express one's thoughts, right? Gu Nianji thought about the location of the viewing platform and took another look. She thought to herself that it could actually be used as a watchtower. From this position, she could see the mountain path they had taken at a glance. This villa was indeed too big. It was an injustice to call it a villa. This was clearly a small palace, Gu Nianji secretly complained to herself. She didn't expect the Xia family to still have such a position in the country. She followed Xia Xinqing into the main room and was not surprised to see that the furniture in the room was all antique. Of course, perhaps she was blind, but the rosewood furniture wasn't antique. Perhaps it was antique to begin with. Xia Xinqing sat down casually and raised his hand to Gu Nianji. You sit too. Gu Nianji smiled and sat down on a high-back armchair next to Xia Xinqing. She said, Granduncle, this place is so luxurious. I don't even dare to sit here. Do you like it? Gu Nianji nodded vigorously and said crisply, do I like it? I'm not blind. It's such a beautiful house. How hypocritical would it be if I said I didn't like it? Most importantly, it was so big. She didn't even dare to think about how much a square meter cost. This house was no longer something that could be measured by money. Living in it was like living in history. If you like it, I'll give it to you as a dowry. Xia Xinqing said with a smile, in the future, if you quarrel with Xiaoheng, you can come here. He won't dare to do anything here. Gu Nianji, her heart was warm and touched. However, she declined politely. She said tactfully, Granduncle, that's not good. It's understandable that this house is under the Xia family's name, but if it's under my name, it can probably only be used as a museum. Xia Xinqing frowned and thought about it. It was really possible. He quickly relaxed his brows and smiled. Okay, then I'll find another villa for you. I'll leave the keys and deed to this villa with you. When you're free, you can come over and stay for a few days. Just treat it as helping us look after the house. They weren't in the country all year round, and they had been away from home for so long. The one who looked after the house here was the Xia family's old man, who usually cleaned the house. That's no problem. Gu Nianji agreed immediately. I'll come over and stay here when I'm free. Also, you don't have to give me another villa. Uncle Beichin has already given me a gift. It's enough. You really don't have to be so polite with us. I'm not being polite. Xia Xinqing saw that Gu Nianji didn't care about this at all. He sighed and felt sorry for her. You're such a young girl. You grew up with Xiaoheng, didn't you? You could make do with it in the past, but now that you're getting married, you still have to make do with it. How do you want your children to behave in front of others in the future? Gu Nianji hadn't thought that far ahead. She blushed and muttered. I don't understand what you're saying. If you marry Xiaoheng, you're not only marrying into the Huo family, but also into their circle. Because your children will grow up in that circle in the future. You can ignore how different you are, but you can't let your children be the same. What children are most afraid of is being different. They will feel isolated and ostracized. Listen to granduncle. Take what's given to you. Just treat it as if it's not for you. It's for you and Xiaoheng's children. Xia Xinqing tried his best to persuade Gu Nianji. People of their age naturally looked at problems from a more comprehensive perspective than people of Gu Nianji's age. At this point, Gu Nianji had no choice but to agree. Thank you, granduncle. Xia Xinqing was satisfied. He stood up and said, I'll have someone show you your room. If you need anything, just let me know. It's best if you live comfortably. I'm going to rest for a while. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Gu Nianji quickly stood up. Granduncle, don't be so polite. I'm even more embarrassed if you do this. Ha 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 ha, okay, let's not be polite. Don't be polite. Xia Xinqing said as he led the two staff members to his main courtyard. Gu Nianji followed two middle-aged women in their 40s to the courtyard of her guest room. She had just put down her luggage when she heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was He Zhichu calling. Thinking that He Zhichu was also living in the West Mountains, Gu Nianji picked up the phone with a smile. Hello, Professor He. He Zhichu's cold voice came from the phone. Nianji. You're in the West Mountains? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. How did He Zhichu know that she was in the West Mountains? This is the third update of the day, Chapter 1340, There's Someone Better Than You. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's update will be 10,000 words. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1351. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say for a moment. He Zhichu seemed to understand what she was thinking. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Nianji, I gave your phone permission. You can see me, and I can see you. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She opened the Find Friends app on her phone and immediately saw He Zhichu's location. However, she had to give He Zhichu's phone permission in order to see her location. Gu Nianji didn't remember giving He Zhichu's phone permission. Squinting her jade-like eyes, Gu Nianji said quietly. Professor He, I didn't expect you to be a computer expert. When did you hack into my phone? I didn't know. Not only did her phone have all kinds of security procedures installed by Huo Xiaoheng and the Special Operations Forces, but Gu Nianji had also installed many security measures in her own phone to prevent others from hacking into her phone. She had been a hacker herself, so she knew very well how easy it was to hack into someone else's phone in the world of cell phone networks. In modern society, almost everyone's privacy was kept in their own phones. He Ji-chu pursed his lips and said dryly, I didn't hack into your phone. I just took your phone once and added my phone number to the family group of friends on your phone. As long as it was in her family group, then a lot of permissions could be shared. Gu Nianji looked down and was right. He Ji-chu's profile picture appeared in the family group of friends on her phone. Although it made sense, Gu Nianji didn't believe that He Ji-chu had used her phone to do such a thing. She knew very well that He Ji-chu had almost no chance of getting her phone alone. If she guessed correctly, He Ji-chu had really hacked into her phone before. Fortunately, there was nothing on her phone that couldn't be seen by others. There were no large-scale photos or private diary entries. At most, there were only some photos of Hu Xiaoheng that she had secretly taken, photos of him wearing a military uniform and looking handsome in public. Gu Nianji didn't know if He Ji-chu had looked through her photo album. She blushed and said sullenly, Professor He, you should at least tell me. It wouldn't be good if there was any misunderstanding. He Ji-chu knew that Gu Nianji was angry and was a bit nervous. He had done quite a shitty job. However, while he was secretly in love with her and couldn't stop thinking about her, he was drunk one night and finally broke his bottom line and hacked into Gu Nianji's phone. He just wanted to know where she was when he missed her. Looking at her smiling profile picture on the map of the phone, he felt happy and couldn't help but smile. Hugging this phone to sleep, even his dreams would be especially sweet. However, it was too embarrassing for Gu Nianji to say such things, and he didn't want to add to her psychological burden, so he didn't explain further. He had been too anxious today and had forgotten about that. He had blurted out Gu Nianji's location. If he had asked her where she was like before, she might not have been so angry. He Ji-chu said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Then he changed the topic. I saw you at the Xia family's villa. Is the Xia family back? You came with Hu Xiao. Gu Nianji's face was blank as her finger slid across He Ji-chu's profile picture. There were several times when she couldn't help but want to delete him from her family group. She also wanted to close the Find Friends location sharing with him. However, her mind was filled with thoughts, and in the end, she didn't do it. Gu Nianji said, Professor He, don't do this again in the future. Yes, I definitely won't do it again. He Ji-chu's heart relaxed. He saw that Gu Nianji's profile picture was still there on the map of the phone. He knew that she hadn't deleted him, and his mood was even better. However, Gu Nianji's next words made his mood not so good. But Professor He, you have to teach me how you broke through all the obstacles and hacked into my phone. Gu Nianji laughed. Although they were separated by walls, trees, and mountains, she could still imagine He Ji-chu's defeated expression. He Ji-chu, if you don't teach me, I'll completely change my account. I don't believe that you can hack into my phone without knowing my phone number. Gu Nianji's big eyes curved into two crescent moons. He Ji-chu knew that he should refuse, but he said, okay. That's great. Professor He, you must keep your word. Gu Nianji tilted her head and leaned against the gauze curtains by the window. All right, you called me. Is there anything else? He Ji-chu rubbed his temples and regretted making the call. There's nothing else. I'm just curious that you're actually in the Xia family's villa, He Ji-chu said lightly. The security at the Xia family's villa is one of the best in this area. If it wasn't for their people bringing you in, you wouldn't have been able to come in by yourself. Is it that serious? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. But I did come in by myself. They don't know that I came from. She looked out the window. I climbed in from the tree next to the wall and saw that the scenery here is so good. That observation deck is so beautiful. He Ji-chu, the little rascal, actually wanted to lie to him. Nianji, the wall you saw was equipped with infrared night vision devices, and automatic laser-guided weapons were hidden in the dark. If you really climbed in by climbing the wall, you would have been knocked out and sent to the police station by now. Hu Xiaoheng should be on his way to the police station to get you out. He Ji-chu spoke unhurriedly. His voice was clear, and his words were a little harsh. Gu Nianji didn't get angry. Instead, she became even more curious. Professor He, how do you know all this? Can I find someone to verify it? He Ji-chu, he really lost to this. Curiosity killed the cat, little fellow. He Ji-chu shook his head helplessly. All right, Nianji, I admit my mistake. Can't I admit my mistake? I'll teach you. I'll teach you whatever you want to learn. Gu Nianji was finally happy. She smiled like a kitten who had stolen a fish. Professor He, couldn't you have promised me earlier? He, it's like this. Old Mr. Xie is back. He's Major General Hu's great-uncle. He brought me here today to learn the way. She then smiled. Old Mr. Xie is like you. He also wanted to give me his villa as a dowry, but I politely refused. How would I dare live in such a house? He Ji-chu was speechless for a long time. He said faintly. I'm like old Mr. Xie. Am I that old? What kind of point was this? Gu Nianji quickly said, that's not what I meant. I mean, you're just like old Mr. Xie. You're highly respected in my heart. She wasn't comforted. He Ji-chu pursed his lips even tighter. After a while, he said, Nianji, it's a good thing if old Mr. Xie wants to support you, but don't accept old Mr. Xie's overly valuable belongings. I'll prepare your dowry for you. I won't make you unworthy of the Hu family. Also, tell old Mr. Xie that you have a family. It's me, He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu was obviously backing her up. Gu Nianji felt as if someone had thrown a small stone into the lake of her heart. The ripples it created were shaking, and her gratitude and joy were about to overflow. She knew very well that Xie Xinqing wanted to be her family. It was purely because they loved her and didn't want others to say that she wasn't worthy of Hu Xiaoheng. Saying that about her was actually a slap in Hu Xiaoheng's face and the Xie family's face. Therefore, they stood up and took the initiative to support Gu Nianji, expressing that they were very satisfied with her. Not only was the Hu family satisfied, but the Hu family's in-laws, the Xie family, were even more satisfied. Although Gu Nianji was very touched by the Xie family's kindness, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, everyone knew that the Xie family was Hu Xiaoheng's maternal family. They had nothing to do with Gu Nianji. She was too embarrassed to tell others about the relationship between Xie Dezhao and Xie Qingying. Xie Dezhao and Xie Xinqing's branch were already relatives. Although they were still members of the Xie family, it would be shameless of them to really call themselves relatives. Didn't they see that even Speaker Long didn't dare to call himself a member of the Xie family by marriage? Gu Nianji didn't understand the ways of the world before, but ever since her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng was made public, she had to understand even if she didn't. Fortunately, these things weren't as difficult to understand as the laws and computer programming languages. She could play with the law and computer programming, so it wasn't difficult for her to understand the ways of the world. But thinking of this, Gu Nianji felt a little tired for the first time. Sure enough, love was one thing, and marriage was another. But it was different when He Ji-chu took the initiative to step forward. Gu Nianji had already regarded He Ji-chu as her older brother from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help saying to He Ji-chu, Professor He, why do you have to make it so complicated? Is it really that important to have a family or not? He Ji-chu's heart was in turmoil, and he almost blurted out. Marry me, and it won't be so complicated. But he didn't say it, and he didn't dare say it because he knew that if he said it, Gu Nianji would definitely fall out with him and really blacklist him. He Ji-chu walked around the room with his phone in his hand and comforted Gu Nianji. Nianji, to be honest, I don't think it's that important to have a family or not with your abilities. Old Mr. Xia probably doesn't know how powerful our Nianji is. What's the use of having a big family? If the descendants don't have the ability, they'll be dragged down by others anytime. Gu Nianji loved to hear this. She beamed. Professor, he is really good at looking at problems. He Ji-Chu couldn't help laughing. This little heartless girl was getting better and better at flattering herself. TSK, Nianji, be reserved, be reserved. You don't have to praise yourself in front of me. In my heart, you're always the best. No one can compare to you, He Ji-Chu said lightly. He Ji-Chu said coolly. His cool and indifferent voice was flat, as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more normal. Gu Nianji curled her lips. Professor He, I'm getting carried away with your praise. Don't worry, no matter where you go, I'll be able to find you. I won't let you be alone, He Ji-Chu said meaningfully. Gu Nianji's bright and beautiful eyes curved into two thin crescent moons. She said, Professor He, in 2 weeks, the Xia family will be holding an engagement party for Major General Hua and me at the Diaodai State Guest House. You must come. Really? He Ji-Chu nodded lightly. That's not bad. I originally wanted to help you, but I felt that it would be a little degrading for the woman to hold the engagement party, so I didn't mention it. Gu Nianji exclaimed and said, Professor He, overseas, it's the woman who holds the wedding party. Didn't you grow up overseas? Don't you know this? He Ji-Chu's heart tightened, but he immediately said, Yes, of course I know this custom, but we are descendants of the Huaxia Empire. We are used to the man holding the wedding, buying the house, and giving the betrothal gift. The woman is only responsible for dressing up beautifully and getting married. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1341, the bottom line is used to break through. There were 2 updates today. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wait for the monthly votes to be 4,500 for the 3rd update tomorrow. The 2nd update was around 8:00 in the evening. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1352. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that she bent over. Professor He, you're so funny. The man paid so much, but the woman doesn't even want a dowry. Of course not. He Ji-Chu simply bullshitted with her. Why would she want a dowry? The woman has already married over, so why would she need a dowry? That's not fair. Professor He, I don't know who will be so lucky to marry you in the future, Gu Nianji said sincerely. She must have saved Blue Planet in her past life. He Ji-Chu's throat was instantly blocked. He wanted to say that it wasn't the person who married him who was lucky. It was he who needed a little luck to marry her. Unfortunately, he still couldn't say anything. He could only say vaguely. My requirements are too high. I haven't seen anyone who meets my requirements yet. Too high requirements. Actually, it's better to have higher requirements. It's better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. I admire Professor He like that. Good luck. Gu Nianji raised her arm and made a loving gesture of, good luck. He Ji-Chu, the two of them chatted for a while, then He Ji-Chu reminded her, don't interfere with the engagement party. Let them prepare. You have to prepare Luo Zhelan's case well. It's going to be in court in a week. How are your preparations going? Gu Nianji felt a little ashamed. She had been going around Hua Xiaoheng's family for the past few days and hadn't had time to prepare for her own work. Gu Nianji composed herself and said sincerely, thank you for the reminder, Professor He. I have to prepare for court. He Ji-Chu felt relieved when he saw that Gu Nianji didn't talk about the Hua family anymore. How is it? Do you need my help? He Ji-Chu sat back at his desk and turned on the laptop on his desk. Your case is actually not easy to defend. The other party hired Kai Xingnan as their defense lawyer. Gu Nianji wasn't surprised and said, I already knew that Kai Xingnan was Luo Zhelan's lawyer. She extorted Luo Zhelan for an advance payment of $6 million. TSK, Professor He, this salary is more expensive than yours, right? He Jichu clicked the mouse in his hand and focused on the court's information. He ignored Gu Nianji's sour words and gradually frowned. Nianji, the trial is in a few days. Have you received the letter of appointment from the prosecutor's office to be the prosecution lawyer? He Jichu's voice sounded very serious. Didn't you continue to contact the prosecutor's office after the case was filed? Gu Nianji asked in surprise, what is it? Is there a problem? I haven't received the letter of appointment from the prosecutor's office yet, but other than her, who else could it be? She had represented Song Jining in submitting the materials to the police station and the prosecutor's office, and the case had been successfully filed. If the public prosecution wanted to hire an outside lawyer, she was the best candidate. He Jichu immediately understood that Gu Nianji was taking things for granted. He looked at the list of the prosecution and the defense of Song Jining's lawsuit against Luo Zhelan for intentional homicide and said lightly, fortunately, I asked you. Your name is not on the list of the prosecution's lawyers. He Jichu's lips twitched as he looked at the list of prosecution lawyers produced by the prosecutor's office. They were all mediocre lawyers from third-rate law firms. How could they argue with Kai Xingnan in court with just these people? Wouldn't that be handing the victory to Kai Xingnan? Kai Xingnan's business skills weren't as good as Gu Nianji's. Perhaps it was because she had been a lobbyist in the U.S. Congress for too long, but Kai Xingnan's various operational abilities were indeed much better than Gu Nianji's. He Jichu didn't say a word and sent the announcement to Gu Nianji. Look for yourself. The prosecutor's office's website has secretly posted the list of prosecution lawyers in the case of Song Jining vs. Luo Zhelan. You're not on it. Criminal cases in the Huaxia Empire usually went like this. First, the police station would investigate the case. After obtaining enough evidence, it would be handed over to the prosecutor's office, and the prosecutor's office would decide if this was a case that could be prosecuted. If it was, the prosecutor's office would file a case for prosecution. At the same time, they would choose a suitable prosecution lawyer and prepare to appear in court to argue with the defendant's lawyer. Because it was a criminal case, the main body of the prosecution was not the victim, nor was it the victim's lawyer, but the prosecutor's office that had filed the case for prosecution. The prosecutor would then appoint a prosecutor, and the prosecutor would choose a suitable prosecution lawyer to appear in court to oppose the defendant's defense lawyer. In other words, the prosecution lawyer represented the plaintiff, and the defense lawyer represented the defendant. Under normal circumstances, the prosecution lawyer was the plaintiff's lawyer, but he needed to be appointed by the prosecution before he could appear in court to argue. The last time Gu Nianji had fought with Bai Jini over Luo Xinchua's murder case, the prosecutor's office had directly appointed her to be the prosecution lawyer. Gu Nianji had never known that there could be a problem with this. When she saw the list of prosecution lawyers on the prosecutor's office website, her breath stopped. She stared at her phone screen, and her mind went blank for a moment. She had never thought that such a thing could happen. Gu Nianji's brows furrowed slightly. Without saying a word, she began to look up information to see under what circumstances the prosecution would not choose the plaintiff's lawyer to be the prosecution lawyer. After carefully looking up the relevant legal rules, Gu Nianji found that in the decades of history of the Huaxia Empire's prosecutor's office, there were only 3 cases that did not use the plaintiff's lawyer as the prosecution lawyer. The reason was that, for the first time, the prosecution lawyer was proven to have colluded with the defendant's lawyer and seriously harmed the plaintiff's interests, which was his own client's interests. Therefore, not only was the plaintiff's lawyer not able to appear in court as the prosecution lawyer, but he was also stripped of his lawyer's license. The second time, the plaintiff's lawyer was suddenly beaten into a vegetative state by a group of people before he appeared in court. He lay in the hospital bed for a full 2 years before he woke up. Of course, he couldn't appear in court as the prosecution lawyer. The third time, the plaintiff's lawyer suddenly cancelled his agency contract with the plaintiff before he appeared in court. The plaintiff didn't have time to find a new lawyer, so the prosecutor's office appointed the prosecution lawyer. Therefore, it was all because of irresistible factors that the prosecutor's office did not choose the plaintiff's lawyer to appear in court. This time, the prosecutor's office did not give Gu Nianji a single reason and quietly removed her name from the list of prosecution lawyers. They even quietly placed the notice in an inconspicuous place on the internet. Was it just to fool them? Gu Nianji held her phone to her ear and sneered. This prosecutor is really amazing. I wonder how much Kai Xingnan bribed him. Kai Xingnan has been a lawyer in American politics for many years. Even if she wanted to bribe the prosecutor, she would never use a simple and crude way to bribe him. He Jichu calmly analyzed. Don't waste your time on this. I'm not wasting my time. The prosecutor has made it clear that it's unfair. Why should I tolerate it? Gu Nianji paced around the room in frustration. She had prepared the information for so long, but she suddenly realized that it was impossible to even go to court. How could she fight a lawsuit? Gu Nianji was indignant. No, I have to question the prosecutor's office immediately and ask them what's going on. You can express your objection. The lineup of prosecution lawyers that has been announced will do. He Jichu taught her how to appeal to the prosecutor's office through the proper channels. You have to always remember that your identity is special. Everything has to go through the proper procedures and not give the other party a chance. Gu Nianji took a deep breath. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Professor He. After hanging up the phone, Gu Nianji began to study the formal questioning procedure. The prosecutor's office publicized the prosecution's lawyer to show that it was fair and square. In theory, if the plaintiff objected, the prosecutor's office could not decide on its own. They had to consider the plaintiff's request and give reasons why they had to do so. And the defendant had no right to choose the prosecution's lawyer. They could only choose their own lawyer and jury members. Gu Nianji was the plaintiff's lawyer, so she could represent the plaintiff in questioning the prosecutor's office and object to the prosecutor's office's selection of prosecution lawyers. As she wrote the letter of inquiry, her back broke out in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Kai Xingnan had no intention of competing with her in court at all. She had directly set her up on the issue of appearing in court. If she couldn't even appear in court, then she would definitely have lost to Kai Xingnan. Fortunately, He Jichu had gone to the prosecutor's office website in advance to take a look. Otherwise, she would have been tricked so badly that she wouldn't even have had a place to cry. Gu Nianji pursed her lips tightly and typed quickly. Soon, she had written a 500-word letter of inquiry. She expressed her objection to the prosecutor's selection of prosecution lawyers and requested a complete replacement. She emailed the letter of inquiry and asked for a receipt so that the other party could not deny it. Not long after she sent the email, Xie Xinqing called someone over to invite her down for dinner. Hu Xiaoheng also came and seemed to be in a good mood. Gu Nianji didn't mention the matter of the prosecution's lawyer. She quietly ate and joked with them, calmly waiting for the prosecutor's reaction. This was today's second update, Chapter 1342. Unconventional approach. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dears. Chapter 1353. What Gu Nianji didn't know was that as soon as she sent out the inquiry email, Kai Xingnan immediately got the news. She was playing night golf with a few friends at the Xiangshan golf course in the suburbs of the imperial capital. In the rolling valley, there were a few large areas of grass that were woven with green grass. Around the grass, it was like a lighted stadium. High-power searchlights shone with snow-white light, illuminating the valley as bright as day. It was as if there were dozens of bright little suns in the night sky. When she heard her phone ring, she took out her phone and glanced at it. She immediately pressed the answer button and straightened her back with the club in her hand. Looking at the green grass and the shining night lights in front of her, she felt exceptionally comfortable. "Miss Kai, the other party has raised an inquiry and disagrees with our choice of prosecution lawyer," the person on the other end of the phone said awkwardly and anxiously in a very low voice. When Kai Xingnan heard this, she immediately smiled very happily. She opened her sexy big mouth, revealing 8 neat snow-white teeth, and snapped her fingers. "Okay, it's finally here. I've been waiting for it. The other party, don't be afraid, I have my ways." Kai Xingnan chuckled softly and swung her arm hard to hit a very beautiful eagle. "Amazing, amazing. Great, great. Miss Kai is not only a famous lawyer, but also an awesome golfer. A politician who doesn't want to be a famous golfer isn't a good lawyer." Her companions all gave her a thumbs up and praised her for her good shot. Kai Xingnan smoothly carried the golf club on her shoulder and smiled even more happily. There were 3 types of golf goals: birdie, eagle, and hole in one. The last type was commonly known as a hole-in-one. This kind of shot was the most impressive. Eagle was the middle type. It wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't bad either. These people were praising her, of course, with the intention of flattering her. Even a little bit of good could be praised 10 times out of 10. What's more, under the white night light, Kai Xingnan was wearing a casual white golf dress. The dress was so short that it almost reached the bottom of her thighs, making her breasts and legs even more prominent. Her waist was a little thick, but it couldn't be seen at all under the slightly loose top. A beautiful woman with some skills and family background. This kind of person was rare. Therefore, everyone worked even harder to flatter him. Kai Xingnan raised the cue stick and waved it in the air. She smiled and said, "Let's play, everyone. I just had something to do. I have to work overtime tonight, so I can't accompany you. Today's expenses are on me. Let them put it on my account. Go and settle the bill with my secretary." She left the golf course early and returned to her villa. Her villa was in Fragrant Hill, and the road back was very close. It only took a few minutes to drive there. When she returned to her study, she didn't even change her clothes. She immediately turned on her computer and contacted the United States. "Mike, do something for me." Kai Xingnan had a smug smile on her lips. "Help me send something. Remember to use a proxy and don't expose your IP address. I'll give you a Weibo account. Just log in and post a Weibo post with a smile. Then delete it tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in China. Remember to use a proxy IP." The person on the other side quickly sent a string of words, "I'll handle it, don't worry." This was a Chinese hacker she had worked with in the United States. He was very capable. Although he wasn't as powerful as the legendary Pink Piggy among the European and American hackers, the nickname she had come into contact with was Big Mac. The Chinese hackers she had come into contact with were also one of the best. After discussing the price with Mike, Kai Xingnan paid the advance payment before happily going to the bathroom to soak in the rose essential oil bath. She liked this faint rose fragrance very much. It was like the natural body fragrance of a virgin seeping out from the inner layer of the skin, just like the smell on Gunyanji's body. As soon as she smelled it, she knew what brand of rose essential oil Gunyanji used. Lying in the bathtub, the fragrance of the rose essential oil made her feel intoxicated. Kai Xingnan looked at her hands expressionlessly, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She wanted to fight with her. Gunyanji was still a little inexperienced. She had learned from her father that when a lawyer fought a lawsuit, if his or her eyes were only limited to the court, then he or she would be a second-rate lawyer. A real first-rate lawyer had to have a holistic view, not only of the laws in the court, but also of public opinion. Under the premise of not breaking the law, making public opinion serve him or her was the quality that a first-rate lawyer should have. The next morning, Gunyanji woke up in the guest courtyard of the Xia family's villa in the West Mountains. A few slanting shadows of flowers could be seen on the hexagonal window covered with a moonlight screen. It was the shadow of a flowering tree planted under the steps of the bedroom door. Gunyanji didn't recognize what kind of flowering tree it was, but it looked extremely beautiful on the window screen. She lifted the misty gauze bed curtain and enjoyed the picturesque natural beauty. Only then did she pick up the phone next to the pillow and start her daily morning routine. Every day when she woke up, she would surf the internet to check the weather and the hot news. It had become a daily routine for many people. As a new generation of internet children who had grown up, Gunyanji naturally couldn't fall behind the trend of the times. As a result, when she opened Weibo on her phone, the overwhelming trending news almost occupied her homepage. These reposts were all screenshots of the same Weibo post. The title was, "Torture Your Conscience." Then there was a line of small words, "Look. I don't know when it will be deleted." Below it was a screenshot of a JPG with a few paragraphs written on the iPhone's notes. "I live in the Imperial Capital Procuratorate compound. Every day, I go in and out of here. When I see the national emblem on the Procuratorate gate, I feel both proud and proud. With them, we can protect ordinary people from being harmed by the powerful." In the end, when I was having dinner with a few buddies from the Procuratorate yesterday, I learned a piece of shocking and indignant news. I suddenly felt very sorry for being born a human being. The cause of the matter is very simple. The family of a high-ranking military official who works in the legal profession took a fancy to the meager inheritance of a lonely martyr's descendant and tried every means possible to seize her family's property. Last year, she wanted to sue her for civil compensation, but the people from the Procuratorate stopped her and didn't file a case for her. This year, it's even worse. She's directly suing her for intentional murder. Intentional murder, my ass. She's clearly alive and well, but you have to say, intentional murder. I heard that the family of a high-ranking military official once said that she wouldn't be finished until this orphan girl was locked up in prison for the rest of her life. This time, the Procuratorate couldn't take it anymore. Because a high-ranking military official also pressured them, they were forced to file a case. However, the prosecutor, who still had a conscience, resolutely excluded the domineering high-ranking military official's family from the prosecution's lawyers in order to help the innocent martyr's descendants as much as possible. In the end, the high-ranking military official's family flew into a rage and directly ordered the Procuratorate not to exclude her. The family of a high-ranking military official is so arrogant. May I ask if your man knows? There was another screenshot next to this screenshot. It was actually the inquiry email that Gunyanji had sent. Of course, her email was not complete. Many normal inquiries had been erased, and only some sentences had been highlighted. It made her questioning seem sharp and very rude. This Weibo post had many important factors for trending, such as a high-ranking military official, family member, martyr's orphan, and inheritance dispute, as well as murder, orphan, and other eye-catching hot topics. Once it was sent out, it was reposted by a few big accounts and said angrily, "Is this world still a human world?" It was as if someone had dug up their ancestral grave and cut off their family's livelihood. They couldn't wait to be reincarnated. Gunyanji was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She had never expected that the normal inquiry email she had sent to the Procuratorate would also be intercepted by someone with ulterior motives. In addition to the other party's deliberate manipulation of right and wrong, she had instantly become the family member of a high-ranking military official who had attempted to abuse her power for personal gain and seize the property of a martyr's orphan. Many people on Weibo were listening to the rumors and didn't care what the truth was. In any case, they caught a hot topic and frantically reposted it. The pill party, that had previously disappeared, had once again reappeared. Just as everyone woke up in the morning and saw this trending news, they happily began to discuss it enthusiastically. Everyone quickly discovered that the original Weibo post had been deleted. F***ck. I was skeptical at first, but now that I see that the original post has been deleted, I instantly believe it. +10086. I was skeptical at first, but when I saw that the original post had been deleted, I immediately believed it. If there was no such thing, why would someone delete someone else's Weibo post? Did you guys notice that the blogger seems to be offline? She was online just now. Oh my god. Don't tell me her water meter was checked. I hate this country. They always let you live in a muddle and die in a baffling manner. Where's hope? I'm going to save up and emigrate. Gu Nianji was originally furious, but when she suddenly saw that the original post had been deleted and the comments under the original post had suddenly changed, she was so angry that she laughed. She suddenly calmed down. This wave of posting and then deleting, thieves crying, "Stop thieves," was really awesome. Did they really think that everything would be fine after creating trouble and then deleting Weibo? Not to mention that spreading rumors on Weibo and reposting 500 times would result in criminal liability. Just the fact that the other party dared to take a screenshot of the inquiry email she had sent to the procuratorate through normal procedures and repost it showed that this matter wasn't that simple. Gu Nianji didn't even need to think with her little toes to figure out that this was the work of Luo Zhelan's defense lawyer, Kai Xingnan. She had deliberately distorted the facts to create public opinion in an attempt to use public opinion to pressure her into giving up her position as the prosecution's lawyer. This was because many Huaxia people had the habit of hitting both sides. Even if you weren't wrong, as long as the other party suffered losses, you were guilty and had to compensate. Because it involved the family of a high-ranking military official, in order to avoid suspicion, the military would also come forward to pressure her not to be the prosecution's lawyer. This was really like the saying, if you want to learn poetry, your skills are outside of poetry. The other party was sure that with the double pressure, how could she not give up? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled coldly. Fighting a war of public opinion with her. The online children would teach you how to be a person in minutes. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1343, Listening to the Wind is Rain. She pinched her fingers and calculated that the monthly votes would reach 4,500 today, so it was the third update today at around 1:00 in the afternoon. The monthly votes would increase to 4,500, and the third update would be at around 8:00 in the evening. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1354. Gu Nianji quickly packed her suitcase and said goodbye to Xie. Granduncle, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to go back and deal with it. Thank you for your hospitality. When I'm done, I'll treat you to a meal. Gu Nianji was very apologetic and bowed deeply to Xie. Xie was a little surprised and quickly held her. Nianji, what's wrong? Who gave you the cold shoulder? Tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson for you. As he said this, his gaze swept sternly over his staff and the caretakers of the villa. These people trembled in fear and quickly said, Miss Gu, please forgive us if we did anything wrong. Please tell us where we need to improve. We'll definitely change. Instead of denying it, he immediately apologized and sought ways to improve. In the service industry, this operation could be said to be very professional. It was much more stable than those people on Weibo who pushed the blame to others when they encountered problems. Gu Nianji secretly admired the Xia family's ability to manage people. She immediately said, Granduncle, you're thinking too much. It's not them. They didn't treat me badly. On the contrary, they took very good care of me. I have no objections. Something really happened at work. I need to go back and deal with it immediately. Xiaxinqing saw that Gu Nianji wasn't forced at all, so he nodded. Okay, I believe you. Do you need help? Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. I'll deal with it myself first. If I can't handle it, I'll cry to granduncle. She made a gesture of wiping away her tears, causing everyone to laugh. The heavy atmosphere just now immediately relaxed. Xiaxinqing sent a car to send her back. Hu Xiaoheng had left last night and didn't stay at Xiaxinqing's place. Therefore, if Gu Nianji wanted to go back now, the Xia family would have to send her back. Gu Nianji gave the driver an address. It was her second-hand house in the Hepingli district. The driver didn't ask any questions and dutifully sent her there. He Jichu discovered the trending searches on Weibo in the morning. He wanted to call Gu Nianji, but on second thought, this was also a good opportunity for Gu Nianji to train herself. Therefore, he resisted the urge to call and quietly gathered information himself. If Gu Nianji couldn't handle it, it wouldn't be too late for him to make a move. Gu Nianji returned to her long-awaited two-bedroom suite in Hepingli and finally relaxed. She composed herself, put down her suitcase, and brought her laptop into the bedroom. Gu Nianji placed the computer on the desk in her bedroom and turned it on. She quickly connected to the internet. His impetuous heart quickly calmed down. She focused her attention on her computer screen. On the blue screen, lines of instructions flashed with white light as they flew out from her fingers. Once she entered the internet, she was the queen. She was the master. The network here was crisscrossed, and countless information and data were gathered on the network. She was unstoppable and invincible. This time, she didn't even use the special network account that Hu Xiaoheng had given her. She gritted her teeth and only used the neighborhood's network system. From here, she used a VPN to bypass the wall and connect to the outside network. Her VPN was actually a small program that she made herself. It could bypass the wall and directly log into foreign websites. After going around in a big circle, her IP address had already disappeared in the vast network. Only an IP account from a public library in a major European city logged into the Weibo system. The Weibo account that Gu Nianji used was her own alternate account. She used this account to hack into the Weibo system and found the Weibo account that had first posted and then deleted the Weibo post. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing when she checked the login IP of the account from the background. Spreading rumors required common sense and followed the basic laws. Otherwise, it would be insulting other people's intelligence. Of course, some people who didn't think at all and were used to being led by the nose welcomed others to insult their intelligence every day. Gu Nianji's fingers moved easily and took a screenshot of the person's IP address. The IP address showed that the location of the person who posted the Weibo post was a small town in Australia. What happened to living in the Imperial Procurator's compound? Although Gu Nianji believed that this IP address wasn't the real IP of the person who posted the Weibo post, just this alternate IP address was enough for her to write an article for a while. Gu Nianji smiled faintly and didn't stop there. She cracked it layer by layer, pursued it layer by layer, and used reverse programming to track it down. Finally, she found the person's real IP address. As she had expected, the person's real IP address was in New York, the United States. Gu Nianji once again took a screenshot of the person's real IP address. Then, Gu Nianji began to use a Trojan virus program to attack the network provider where the person's real IP address was located. The attack from Gu Nianji's virus program was dense and ruthless. Soon, it paralyzed the network in the area where the real IP address was located. Many New Yorkers had trouble even opening a web page, let alone surfing the internet. The internet speed seemed to have instantly returned to when the internet was first born, when everyone used 14 kbps. Modem, the primitive era of internet access through telephone lines. Even Mike, who was watching the Huaxia Empire's Weibo event, realized that the Weibo page suddenly didn't move no matter how hard he clicked. The small circle in the upper right corner kept spinning, but no new content could be loaded. WTF? Mike cursed as he pinned the internet speed and found that it was only 14K per second. Damn, he was furious. This was slower than a snail. He picked up his phone and called the network provider, but the line was always busy. It showed that the number of people calling had exceeded their capacity. Gu Nianji didn't know who the person on the other side was, but she knew that it was definitely Kai Xingnan's helper. Therefore, she decided to get it done once and for all. She first blocked the internet speed over there so that the person couldn't cause trouble on the Huaxia Empire's internet for the time being. In Luo Zhelan's West Mountain Villa, Kai Xingnan had already bailed her out. She sat in front of a laptop with her and watched the criticism of Gu Nianji on Weibo with a smile. They didn't make a move. Other than Mike's initial Weibo post, the rest was left to Kai Songyin's former Internet Water Army company to spread the news. Lawyer Kai, this is really a good move. Luo Zhelan was all smiles. She really didn't expect Kai Xingnan to be so capable. The $6 million she spent was worth it. Kai Xingnan's eyes were full of smiles. She said, "This is just a small test. If she refuses to give up, I still have a backup plan." Luo Zhelan clapped her hands and laughed. "I'm impressed. This way, if Gu Nianji refused to give up being the prosecution's lawyer, she would have to draw a clear line with Major General Hua. What's the point of getting engaged? Break off the engagement as soon as possible before doing justice on behalf of the heavens." Yes. Kai Xingnan smiled. But who would be willing to give up Major General Hua? So she'll definitely give up on being the prosecution's lawyer. She'll really give up. Luo Zhelan frowned. But she has a good relationship with that old witch, Song Jining. What's the use of having a good relationship? Kai Xingnan didn't think much of it. Song Jining has already divorced General Hua. She's not a member of the Hua family. What's the use of pleasing her? General Hua isn't actually very old. He can remarry at any time. Gu Nianji will have a new mother-in-law. How could she give up on Hua Xiaoheng for Song Jining? Wouldn't that be picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? Lawyer Kai, I didn't expect you to speak Chinese so well. Luo Zhelan smiled and poured her a cup of milk tea. Have some snacks. Kai Xingnan reached out and patted Luo Zhelan. Don't worry. I said I'll get you off the hook, so I'll get you off the hook. Including your trust fund, I can keep it all. Do you believe me? I believe you. Of course I believe you. Luo Zhelan laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. This is really a pleasant surprise. A few days ago, she had been in a state of panic. She thought that she would really lose both her life and her money this time. She might even go to prison. She hadn't expected Kai Xingnan to do this and directly reverse all the details. When the time came, let's see if Hua Xiaoheng would have the face to take out Hua Guanyuan's will. If he dared to take it out, she wouldn't care so much. Between the trust fund and the man, Luo Zhelan regretfully chose the trust fund. Although she loved Hua Xiaoheng very much, this man had a heart of stone. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of pity or affection for her, but he also wanted to kill her. Then don't blame her for turning her back on him. Luo Zhelan knew that she would never have the chance to marry into the Hua family again, so she didn't care about the Hua family's reputation. After Gu Nianji was sure that the internet speed in the New York neighborhood in the United States couldn't be restored for the time being, she began to make her move on Weibo. Although this person's Weibo had been deleted, his Weibo post had already been screenshotted and reposted everywhere by the Internet Water Army. The Internet Water Army reposted the screenshots and the link to the deleted Weibo post. This move really fooled many onlookers who didn't know the truth. Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, someone suddenly realized that something new seemed to have appeared on Weibo. A set of numbers appeared on every Weibo post that everyone posted. Some observant people took a look and realized that it was actually their own IP address. This move on Weibo was really too flashy. In an instant, those who were smart, internet water army, and deliberately blackmailed people were all exposed. Holy sh*t. This alternate account is actually yours. Blacklist. Celebrities also use alternate accounts. Look at this account. It's the same IP address as the celebrity's own Weibo account. Just as the entire Weibo was in an uproar over the sudden appearance of the IP address, someone discovered a suspicious point related to the trending Weibo post about the family of a high-ranking military official plotting to seize the family property of a martyr's orphan. Ha! An insider living in the Imperial Procuratorate. Why is his IP address different from ours? I'm just bragging. Other than the internet water army and followers on Weibo, there were also many people who were good at thinking, hard to deceive, and good at digging up the truth. They quickly discovered that the IP address of the deleted Weibo post wasn't from the Huaxia Empire. After further investigation, they found that the IP address was a small town in Australia. This was interesting. Someone immediately posted a Weibo post with a hot hashtag, including 2 screenshots. The first screenshot was the screenshot that the person had posted on Weibo earlier. It was the original screenshot of the person claiming to live in the Imperial Procuratorate. Although his original Weibo post had been deleted, the Internet Water Army had already taken screenshots of the Weibo post and started to copy and paste it on a large scale. One could find this screenshot with a random search on the internet. Alongside this screenshot was the IP address displayed on the deleted Weibo post. After the message that Weibo content cannot be displayed and has been deleted, there was an IP address from a small town in Australia. Damn it! Look what I found. A person in Australia claims to live in the Imperial Procuratorate. He even drank with a buddy from the Imperial Procuratorate. Is he an idiot? And a drama queen? The original blogger is spreading rumors. Repost 500 times. Put him in jail. Early in the morning, the Weibo post about the family of a high-ranking military official plotting to seize the family property of a martyr's orphan suddenly changed direction. Countless onlookers began to mock the blogger who posted and then deleted the post. A drama queen. Blogger, you should go to drama school instead of stirring up trouble on Weibo. Blogger, do your buddies in the Imperial Procuratorate know that you posted on Weibo in Australia? 233333333-inch Kai Xingnan and Luo Zhelan came back from dinner and found that the public opinion on Weibo had changed direction within an hour. They could hardly believe their eyes. This was the second update of today, Chapter 1344, Spreading Rumors Requires Common Sense. The monthly ticket was delivered at around 8:00 in the evening. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1355. Lawyer Kai, you must have a way, right? Luo Zhelan looked at Kai Xingnan with hope. Ever since Kai Xingnan bailed her out of the Special Operations Forces, Luo Zhelan had admired Kai Xingnan to the core. Kai Xingnan's lips twitched. Did she think she was a savior? She could only do her best. Zhelan, let me see what's going on. Don't worry. Kai Xingnan tried her best to comfort Luo Zhelan. Luo Zhelan grabbed her arm and said anxiously, you even had a way to get me out of the Special Operations Forces. This must be a piece of cake, right? That's different. Kai Xingnan patiently explained to Luo Zhelan, you were taken away by the Special Operations Forces and held for 48 hours. If they can't prosecute you within 48 hours, they can't continue to hold you for no reason. That's why I can bail you out. Luo Zhaolan's pursuit of Gu Nianji involved a lot of security information, so the Special Operations Forces couldn't hand her over to the judicial authorities for the time being. In addition, she was already involved in a murder case, so they didn't have any other reason to continue detaining her. She would have to appear in court soon anyway, so continuing to detain her would only give others an excuse. As long as they monitored her closely and didn't give her a chance to escape, it would be fine. Therefore, she was able to be bailed out by Kai Xingnan. However, Luo Zhaolan's passport was still confiscated, she was restricted from leaving the country, and she was monitored 24 hours a day by the Secret Service. Kai Xingnan knew that because Luo Zhaolan was being closely monitored, everything she did when she was with Luo Zhaolan had to comply with the law. She had never told her that she was looking for an American hacker. Luo Zhaolan had always thought that the reason she was able to get out of a place like the Special Operations Forces was because of Kai Xingnan's extraordinary skills. She didn't expect that she had taken advantage of a loophole in the law. She looked very depressed for a moment. Kai Xingnan glanced at her hurriedly and wasn't in the mood to continue comforting her. She stood up and packed her things. She said, "I need to go back and study this matter carefully. Rest well. If you're unhappy, don't look at these things online." After saying that, she left Luo Zhaolan's villa in the West Mountains and returned to her office in the center of the Imperial City. She rented an office in a high-rise business building in the top CBD area of the Imperial City, hired a secretary and an operator, and started acting like a small boss. After returning to her office, Kai Xingnan immediately contacted Mike in New York. "Mike, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to use a proxy IP?" Kai Xingnan used an encrypted email to contact Mike. Mike received Kai Xingnan's email, but he couldn't open it. Because the internet is too slow ===, he also knew that something must have happened for Kai Xingnan to suddenly send him an email at this time, so he directly dialed an overseas number. As long as he didn't use an IP phone, it didn't matter if the internet speed was slow. That was because a direct line was not limited by the internet speed. Kai Xingnan's phone rang a few times. She picked it up and saw that it was Mike's call, so she quickly picked it up. "Mike, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to use a proxy?" Mike's internet speed was slow, so he didn't know what was happening on Weibo. He said doubtfully, "Yeah, I used a proxy. I logged in with an Australian IP, so the other party definitely won't be able to find my real address." Kai Xingnan choked. "Yes, you want to use a proxy IP, but you can't use it casually. Are you an idiot? Have you seen the Weibo content I asked you to post?" Kai Xingnan's face darkened, and she scolded Mike rudely. The two of them were quite familiar with each other, so it didn't matter if they scolded each other sometimes. What's more, words like idiot and idiot were also common words between them. Mike blinked and was confused. "I've seen it. What's wrong?" However, he didn't take it to heart. Because he was born and raised in the United States, his mother tongue wasn't Mandarin. He had learned Mandarin on his own later. "How could you make such a mistake after reading it?" Kai Xingnan was furious. "The content I asked you to post was that I lived in the Imperial Procuratorate. But the IP you used was an Australian IP." Mike recalled the Weibo content Kai Xingnan had asked him to post and stood up in shock. "How could this be? How did you know where I used the proxy IP? How would I know?" Kai Xingnan sneered. "Now the entire Weibo knows. They're all laughing at you." Mike's face suddenly turned pale. He lowered his head guiltily and said to Kai Xingnan in a low voice, "I accidentally made a mistake. You should disguise the proxy IP as the Huaxia Imperial Procuratorate IP before posting." But how could Weibo show the IP of the post? This didn't make sense. He had been stirring up trouble on Weibo in China for a long time, but he had never encountered such a situation. Could it be that Weibo had just been upgraded? Damn it! At this critical juncture, there was actually a problem with their internet provider. Mike said sincerely, "Miss Kai, I'm really sorry. There's something wrong with my internet, so I can't log into Weibo normally. I can't see the IP you mentioned from here. When my internet is better." "What are you waiting for?" Kai Xingnan scolded him resentfully. "Hurry up and find a place where you can surf the internet normally and make up for your mistake. Otherwise, not only will I not pay you the balance, but I will also ask you to compensate me for my losses." Mike was shocked, but he suddenly understood. He quickly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha. How could I forget? The internet speed here is slow, not all of the United States is slow. I'll find another place to surf the internet." He excitedly picked up his wallet and phone, put his laptop into his computer bag, picked up a simple travel bag, and drove to a nearby small town in New Jersey. It was already night in the United States, and there were very few cars on the road outside. He drove to a 4-star hotel in New Jersey in less than 20 minutes and stopped to check in. There was indeed no problem with the internet here. After Mike checked in, he immediately connected to the internet in his room and began to check the situation on Weibo in China. As expected, the IP that posted appeared on Weibo, and under the Weibo post that he posted and then deleted, there were already hundreds of thousands of mocking replies. The reposts and comments supported by the fake reviewers had already been drowned out by the ridicule of many netizens. The hot comments were all scolding him for spreading rumors. Spreading rumors. Spreading rumors. Hee, what's wrong with me spreading rumors? You're not as skilled as me, so you can only watch. Mike quickly logged into his account, disguised the login IP as the general IP of the Imperial Procuratorate, and then posted another Weibo post. #hee. The family of a high-ranking military official is indeed powerful. She can actually manipulate Weibo hashtag. I used a proxy IP to post because I was worried that she would retaliate. In the end, I still underestimated how shameless she is. Kindness limits my imagination, and power makes me speechless. This was today's third update, Chapter 1345, Not as Skilled as Others. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1356. Mike's Weibo post was like throwing a stone into a pot of oil that had just calmed down, causing countless oil sparks to splash up. What? Am I seeing things? He's actually using a proxy IP. That seems to make sense. In order to protect himself, he deliberately used a proxy IP. That makes sense. I also want to get a proxy IP. Excuse me, does anyone know how to get a proxy IP? That's right, the blogger's current IP is XX Courtyard in the Imperial Capital. You know. Ayaya, is it really that dark? Blue Planet is so scary, I want to go back to Mars. Upstairs, this world is far darker than you think. Kindness limits our imagination. Because of the phrase, proxy IP, the direction of Weibo suddenly began to reverse. The fake reviewers who had been suppressed by the onlookers took the opportunity to appear again, and in the comments, they confused the public and kept attacking others as fake reviewers. For a moment, Weibo was full of demons and foul air. Many people who wanted to speak had no choice but to shut up. At the same time, the official Weibo account was going crazy from all the messages. These people were all questioning how they protected their users' privacy. How could they reveal everyone's IP? Could they still have a pleasant chat? The technical guys on the official Weibo account were about to collapse. They kept checking their code, but they couldn't figure out where the bug was that revealed everyone's IP. Mike and Kai Xingnan saw the reversal of the situation and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Luo Zhelan, who was in the West Mountain Villa, had been feeling uneasy. After Kai Xingnan left, she ignored Kai Xingnan's dissuasion and secretly went online. When she found that things were turning in her favor, she had mixed feelings. She couldn't help but pick up her phone and call Kai Xingnan. "Lawyer Kai, you're amazing." "Kai Xingnan. You're online again." Luo Jialan covered her face in embarrassment. "I couldn't help it. Otherwise, I would have missed a good show and wouldn't have been able to see Lawyer Kai do whatever she wanted." Kai Xingnan smiled reservedly. "Miss Luo, look, this is just the appetizer. There's still the main course." After hanging up the phone with Luo Jialan, Kai Xingnan looked at the Weibo page on the computer screen. Gu Nianji was too inexperienced to fight with her, Kai Xingnan. This time, she really wanted to not only ruin Gu Nianji's reputation, but also make the Hu family, General Ji of the military, and Speaker Long of the Senate all put pressure on her. If they still wanted to preserve Hu Xiaoheng's reputation, Gu Nianji would have to voluntarily withdraw from the prosecution. If Gu Nianji didn't care about Hu Xiaoheng's reputation and insisted on going all the way, then it would be the end of her life as his fiancée. Kai Xingnan flicked her fingers, wishing she could throw Gu Nianji into the trash can like dust. Gu Nianji sat in the bedroom of her small suite and stared intently at the laptop screen. Very good, the other party threw out a reasonable explanation, and as expected, the situation was reversed. Only then would it be interesting. The higher they jumped, the harder they fell. Don't blame me for not warning them. Gu Nianji looked at the IP of the Imperial Procuratorate and smiled. It was really hard to forge any IP, but they had to forge the IP of the Imperial Procuratorate. She was just worried about how to get the people from the Procuratorate to intervene. Gu Nianji quickly logged into her alternate account and took a screenshot of the Weibo that the person had just posted. The IP address of the Imperial Procuratorate was clearly displayed on it. Then, she connected it with the screenshot of Gu Nianji's official inquiry that the person had released earlier. Then, she tagged the official Weibo of the Imperial Procuratorate and posted an inquiry. Imperial Procuratorate, is this the inquiry you received? I heard that you were pressured by the powerful to file a case against the orphan of a martyr for intentional murder. Aren't you going to come out and explain? We want the truth. No under-the-table manipulation. Her inquiry was based on the person's Weibo post. Of course, the purpose was to attract the attention of the Imperial Procuratorate. Once she directly tagged the official Weibo of the Imperial Procuratorate, the prosecutor who was secretly colluding with Kai Xingnan couldn't hide the truth. This was because the editor who managed the official Weibo was not in the same system as the prosecutor. They also had to work and perform well. Moreover, Gu Nianji's had also attracted the onlookers under the rumor-mongering Weibo to the Imperial Procuratorate's official Weibo. Almost in an instant, the official Weibo of the Imperial Procuratorate, which didn't even have a single Tom, Dick or Harry every day, was suddenly filled with a bloody storm. Before the group of people could figure out what was going on, they had already started fighting. This was basically a daily routine on Weibo. People came to Weibo to quarrel or to watch a quarrel. If they wanted peace, they had to leave Weibo. Gu Nianji smiled faintly as she watched. The editor in charge of the Imperial Procuratorate's official Weibo was almost confused by the overwhelming number of notifications, private messages, replies, and ads. He was finally going to have a taste of being an internet celebrity. Happiness came too quickly, but before he had time to be excited, he realized that everyone was not in the right direction. Everyone seemed to be discussing a hot topic related to the Imperial Procuratorate. Taking a closer look at the screenshots of everyone's chats, there was actually an official inquiry from the prosecutor's office, and it was said that they had been pressured to file a case. Following the link that everyone had tagged him, he found the original blogger's page and took a look. The editor was instantly enraged. Wasn't this the IP address that had already been proven to be a rumor? Why did it have the IP address of the Imperial Procuratorate again? Moreover, the most important characteristic of the Imperial Procuratorate was that they could file cases independently. To say that they had been pressured to file a case by power, was this trying to take away the foundation of their existence and remove their sense of existence? The editor in charge of the Imperial Procuratorate official Weibo quickly compiled the matter into a book and sent it to the relevant higher-ups in an urgent email. In recent years, the major government agencies had also attached great importance to online public opinion, and their response was much faster than before. Therefore, when they received the urgent email compiled by the editor in charge of the official Weibo, the relevant leaders of the Imperial Procuratorate immediately held a closed-door meeting to investigate the leak. Everyone knows that before the final trial of the case, all information cannot be released to the public. Only the prosecution and the defense can access these materials. You guys should investigate carefully. Who is leaking the information? Who is colluding with the defense to discredit the plaintiff and the plaintiff's lawyer? According to the information on the internet, they could tell at a glance that the defense was dissatisfied with the plaintiff's lawyer, so they deliberately distorted the facts and spread rumors. This was because the internal inquiries sent by the plaintiff's lawyer, Gu Nianji, through proper channels had actually been screenshotted and posted online. This could only be done by insiders in the Procuratorate. It could not have been a screenshot by the plaintiff's lawyer himself, because this inquiry had a document number automatically assigned by the system after the Procuratorate received the inquiry. This number could prove that it was not a screenshot by the plaintiff's lawyer himself, but a screenshot from within the Procuratorate. Although the other party had erased many words on the inquiry and highlighted some of the original words, they did not erase a very small string of numbers on the upper right corner of the inquiry, which was the inquiry number. This was a blatant leak of information. The Procuratorate had been very cautious in filing the case this time. They had rejected the plaintiff's lawyer's claims several times before. It was not until the end that the plaintiff's lawyers sent new evidence that it became the key to filing the case. All of this had been sent to the defendant and the defendant's lawyer in writing. Right and wrong, both sides would naturally be given a chance to speak during the trial. The trial hadn't even started yet, and this matter was already on the internet. Did they really want to try the case on Weibo? Then what was the point of the police station? What was the point of the Procuratorate? What was the point of the court? They acted in accordance with the law because the law had its own procedures and principles, as well as its own internal logic and standards. It wasn't that justice would fall from the sky just because you randomly said a few words on the internet. Also, this IP address looks like the IP address of our Procuratorate. Check it immediately. Which office does it belong to? Which person? After we find out, we'll deal with it as we should. Our Procuratorate is a legal organization. We won't allow such a black sheep to tarnish our image, disrupt our order, and infringe on the rights of the people. The chief of the Procuratorate gave the order, and no one dared to slack off. They immediately started the investigation. In the end, they quickly found out that although this IP address looked like the IP address of their Procuratorate, after checking the server's log records, no one from their Procuratorate logged in to this IP address. In other words, the other party's IP address was fake. He didn't log into Weibo from their Procuratorate server. Immediately after, due to a large-scale computer network investigation, they sent people to check the computer surveillance cameras of various offices, and found a big fish. While Kai Xingnan, Mike, and Luo Zhelan were proud of the reversal of the online rumors, the Imperial Procuratorate had already found out the prosecutor who had colluded with Kai Xingnan in private. This was because the cause of the matter was Gu Nianji's inquiry, and the first person to receive Gu Nianji's inquiry was the prosecutor. According to the computer surveillance in the man's office, he took a screenshot of the email and secretly saved it to a USB flash drive. Downloading content from the work computer and saving it to a USB flash drive was itself a violation of the relevant regulations. Not to mention an organization as strict as the Procuratorate. There really is someone colluding with the inside and outside. The leaders of the Imperial Procuratorate were so angry that they pounded the table. Call the Secret Service and ask them to send someone to investigate. The Secret Service was a professional organization that supervised domestic departments. It was subordinate to the cabinet and had a lot of authority. The Secret Service also attached great importance to this incident. Not only did they check this person's office computer, but they also started to check his social connections, immediate and collateral relatives one by one. After this investigation, they found something very interesting. There was nothing abnormal in the prosecutor's own bank account, but he had a daughter who had just been admitted to Columbia University, one of the Ivy League universities in the United States. She also received a designated private scholarship, $300,000 for 4 years, including all tuition and living expenses. This private scholarship was actually specially set up by someone at Columbia University, and it was specifically given to his daughter. This was too much of a coincidence. The Secret Service seized on this clue and quickly sent a letter to the Special Operations Forces Field Branch in New York, asking them to help find out who had set up this private scholarship specifically for the prosecutor's daughter. On the Imperial Procuratorate side, after half a day of investigation, when the public opinion on the internet was almost in an uproar, the editor of the official Weibo blog could finally righteously refute the netizens who were clamoring that the country is about to be destroyed. He was the first to at the original blogger. Mr. Truthful Carrot, may I ask, blogger, why did you fake our hospital's IP address? This is our hospital's 24-hour network login log. Your IP address is not shown in it. May I ask, where did you get online? The second person Gunyanji's alternate account and replied to her message. Cute little corgi, thank you for your inquiry. We carried out an internal investigation based on netizens' complaints and found that someone colluded with outsiders, distorted the facts, and slandered the plaintiff's lawyer. We have already handed it over to the relevant departments for handling. Please wait patiently for the details. As soon as these 2 Weibo posts were posted, the Internet Water Army under the Procuratorate official Weibo immediately disappeared and withdrew. The onlookers were dumbfounded as they watched this matter take another turn and slap them in the face. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1346, Internal and External Collusion. There were 2 updates today. The second update was around 8:00 in the evening. Kiss, kiss. Chapter 1357. F***CK. What state? The IP of Imperial Capital's XX Courtyard was fake. Isn't it a proxy IP? Oh my god. For the rest of his life. He even dared to forge the IP address of the Procuratorate. Is this guy an idiot? TSK, this is very awkward. Blogger, do your family know that you have so many dramas? Meekly, am I the only one paying attention to the blogger's accusations? If it's true, then the IP address isn't the point. Under the control of Mike's Weibo, there were mockery from the bystanders and the Internet Water Army's efforts to pull the topic back. However, as the Weibo blogger continued to deceive the masses refused to be his scapegoat. The first requirement for an online exposure complaint was that it had to be true. Once a doubt appeared, it would immediately backfire. Because the enthusiasm of the onlookers was the biggest taboo to be cheated. Seeing the reply from the Imperial Procuratorate, Mike was also shocked. He quickly logged out of Weibo to avoid being tracked. With one hand on the mouse, Mike didn't know what to do. Being a hacker was his forte, but he had never confronted an organization that was being hacked. I didn't expect these bureaucrats to be so efficient. They are even more efficient than the US. In the United States, when you made a complaint to a government agency, you would always get an automatic voicemail. It was already considered fast if you could get a reply within 3 days. It was also common for the complaint to be delayed for a month or 2. It had only been half a day, Mike's palms began to sweat. What should he do? He immediately contacted Kai Xingnan. Lawyer Kai, what should we do? How did you guys react so quickly? How are we supposed to continue? Kai Xingnan bit her lip and frowned as she looked at the bloody storm on Weibo. She was a little worried and said, wait a minute. I'll think about what to do. With that, Kai Xingnan dialed the prosecutor's number. This was an internal aide that she had spent a lot of effort to contact. She wanted to ask what was going on. However, the number she dialed rang for a long time, but no one answered. What was he doing? Or do you want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Kai Xingnan's frown deepened. After a while, Weibo became more and more popular. It seemed that their accusations were going to be overturned. How could he do that? If she couldn't bring Gu Nianji down with this, then she would have wasted all these years. Kai Xingnan sneered. Hua Xiaoheng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. She sent a message to Mike. I'll send you an email. Check it and do as it says. Mike quickly received the email and quickly browsed through it. His worried expression immediately changed. He beamed with joy and gave Kai Xingnan, who was on the other end of the computer, a thumbs up. Lawyer Kai is so amazing. After receiving new instructions, Mike excitedly logged onto Weibo again and posted his third Weibo post today. Mr. Carrot Truth, this family member of a certain high-ranking military official is too powerful. He can cover the sky with one hand. But can you explain that as the fiancé of the plaintiff's son, don't you want to avoid arousing suspicion? Why did he have to sharpen his head and dig his way in? Why did he have to be the prosecuting lawyer? Your country's laws are practically non-existent. Either break off the engagement or withdraw from the court. You don't have a third choice. He didn't use the IP address of the Imperial Procuratorate anymore. Instead, he used a European proxy IP address. On the third day, when the Weibo post was sent out, the onlookers who wanted to watch the commotion went wild again. Causing trouble, causing trouble. By the way, isn't there a challenge system in the law? Or does our dynasty not have one? Yes, yes. I remember that there is a challenge system. Immediate family members can't participate in the trial at the same time. The blogger is right. It's too dark, too dark. How much darkness is there that we don't know about? The Internet Water Army set the pace, and some of the onlookers who had just been slapped in the face quickly became excited. No one was willing to admit that they had misjudged and stood on the wrong side, so they bit the bullet and wanted to wash it down. Who's the one slapping in the face? Did you see it clearly? I'm only asking you asterisks holes, does your face hurt? These replies were constantly pasted under the relevant Weibo posts, brainwashing the passers-by over and over again. They firmly believed that a lie would become the truth if it was repeated 1,000 times. A small number of people were indeed easily brainwashed, but the vast majority of people had their own judgments of right and wrong. Gu Nianji watched coldly as the Internet Water Army continued to party and pulled the topic to her fiancé relationship with Hua Xiaoheng. She secretly despised them. She directly replied, to the person above, the principle of challenge applies to criminal proceedings, civil proceedings, and administrative proceedings. The targets of challenge include investigators, prosecutors, judges, clerks, appraisers, and translators. However, there has never been a law that requires lawyers to challenge, and the law also clearly stipulates that close relatives can participate in proceedings as defenders and agents of the parties. Therefore, all of you are flattering the blogger's erroneous and panicky accusation. You are either stupid or vicious. There is no third way. Stupid was to blindly meddle without knowing the truth. Vicious was to stir up trouble with ulterior motives. As soon as her reply was posted, the Internet Water Army was anxious and angry. They immediately tore off their righteous pretense of being a reasonable guest and hurled insults at her account. It was completely different from the pretense of being a righteous passerby just now. This completely different style of reply was seen by the real passersby. They were listening to it. Was this showing everyone what it meant to be a live internet water army? There were also the replies that were constantly copied and pasted. The various internet water armies' wantonly linkage all showed the truth. Gu Nianji had plenty of patience. She patiently dug out the internet water army accounts at the top of the trending comments one by one. She took screenshots of the Weibo posts they had posted over the years and the IPs they had used. Then, she replied to the internet water army posts with the highest number of likes and trending comments. She exposed the story owner layer by layer. Everyone laughed until their stomachs hurt. Every internet water army Weibo post that pretended to be a reasonable guest had their dark history. The dark history of many internet water army accounts using the same IP in the early years was also obvious. This was not only embarrassing, but also shameful. Like for the cute little corgi. I have another reason to like little corgi. Little corgi, come into my arms. Post slowly. Don't tire out your cute little legs. Blogger, you're amazing. Can we be each other's fans? The passersby's popularity immediately rushed to Gu Nianji's sock puppet Weibo account. The number of fans on her account rapidly increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Nianji shook her head regretfully. Once she had more fans, she would have to abandon her sock puppet account. He Jichu had been nervously paying attention to the internet. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Nianji calmly counterattacking. She skinned the other party one by one and used their strength to slap them in the face. This little girl had really grown up. Hu Xiaoheng found out about the news when it was halfway through the popularity on the internet. He put down his work and called Gu Nianji several times, but no one picked up. He sent Gu Nianji a text message with only a simple question mark. Gu Nianji instantly understood and replied, "You don't have to worry about it." Hu Xiaoheng didn't interfere. Instead, he paid close attention to the development of the situation on Weibo. When they discovered that there was a leak in the prosecutor's office, the Secret Service asked the Special Operations Forces for help and asked them to find out who the source of the private scholarship from Columbia University in the United States came from. Hu Xiaoheng immediately instructed the field personnel in New York to fully cooperate with the Secret Service. Kai Xingnan's hands were trembling at this moment. Even this couldn't chase Gu Nianji out. Did she have to stand in court and go against her in court? Luo Zhelan also called her angrily. "Lawyer Kai, what's going on? Didn't you say that she would either give up on Major General Huo or give up on appearing in court?" The corners of Kai Xingnan's mouth twitched. Of course, she knew that the recusal system didn't apply to lawyers. Moreover, in the United States, even judges didn't have to recuse themselves when there was a family relationship. She just wanted to use the vague concept to fool the onlookers, arouse everyone's emotions, and form a strong pressure from public opinion. She wanted to force Hu Xiaoheng's boss and family to come forward and put pressure on Gu Nianji. This was because when such a thing happened, the higher-ups would usually choose to make it a small matter and make it a small matter to smooth things over. Kai Xingnan thought that she knew the political ecology of the Huaxia Empire very well. This kind of method had been tried and tested in the United States. However, she didn't expect the Chinese netizens to be so strong that they refused to be fooled by her. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1347, either stupid or vicious. Can I update the third update tomorrow? Do I need a reminder about the monthly votes? Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1358. Kai Xingnan wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. What's more, she had already made ample preparations for this time. Although the previous tricks had been inexplicably resolved by the netizens time and time again, she wouldn't admit defeat just like that. Kai Xingnan typed quickly on the computer and reworked the material she had prepared long ago. She wrote another Weibo post in the same tone as the sock puppet blogger. Mr. Truthful Carrot, you guys are too naive. You make it sound as if high-ranking officials in your country haven't abused their power for personal gain. Then there were screenshots. Former Prime Minister Do, the beginning and end of his downfall. JPG, former Deputy Minister of Secret Service, Bai Yuxing, the beginning and end of his defection to the United States. JPG, former Senate Chief Yang XX, the beginning and end of taking bribes. JPG, these were not only people and events that netizens were familiar with, but also people and events that the entire country was familiar with. Everyone knew exactly how these high-ranking officials had fallen from power. For a moment, the situation on Weibo became delicate. The fake reviewers began to revel in joy. Ha 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 ha. Whose face is hurting? You've been slapped in the face. You're doomed. Don't talk nonsense every day. Who knows what those high-ranking people are doing behind the scenes? Why do you trust those high and mighty men so much? Our imagination is really limited by kindness. We can't imagine how dark this society is. The silent passers-by became even more silent. This was because they couldn't refute these living facts. Moreover, in everyone's life, there were more or less things that went wrong. There were also people who blamed the heavens and the earth. Who hadn't been in a low mood and been put in a difficult position by their boss or superior. It could be said that Kai Xingnan's move had poked the hearts of many onlookers. It could appropriately arouse everyone's empathy. The most direct effect was to divert the attention of the onlookers and make them shut up. Once the onlookers shut up, Weibo became the domain of the fake reviewers. For a moment, not only the prosecutor's official Weibo, but even Gu Nianji's alternate account, Cute Little Corgi, was attacked by the fake reviewers. From personal attacks to unscrupulous verbal abuse, all of them were directed at the Cute Little Corgi. Gu Nianji calmly looked at the Weibo posts that were insulting her and the malicious provocations. Taking a deep breath, she began to organize her words and prepare to fight back. At this moment, she saw an additional comment on her Weibo page. Under the iconic Weibo post, "Kindness limits my imagination," a familiar ID popped up. AI Meng Chi, OP, your imagination is limited by kindness. Is kindness also limiting your intelligence? How dare you make up a rumor that has no logic or common sense? Do you think you can sit back and relax by changing the topic? AI Meng Chi, also, OP, you should first prove that you have this thing called kindness. AI Meng Chi, what? You can't prove it. Since you can't prove that you have this thing called kindness, how can you prove that your imagination is limited by kindness? Instead of having his conscience restricted by viciousness, common sense was limited by ignorance. AI Meng Chi, this is the first time kindness has been insulted so badly. Gu Nianji's eyes welled up. She raised an arm and covered her mouth with the back of her hand. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. As expected of her best friend. Ma Chichi didn't even know about Gu Nianji's alternate account, but she still rushed up to cheer for her. A true bestie should be a good friend who shared the same values and could understand and care for each other. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and edited the Weibo reply she had just written. She first calmly replied to Mr. Carrot Truth's Weibo. Cute Little Corgi, Mr. Carrot Truth, since you've started to change the topic, can I conclude that your previous point of #the family of a certain high-ranking military official forcibly seizing the property of a martyr's orphan # is not valid? Kai Xingnan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the reply from this Weibo account. How could this person react so quickly? Mike couldn't help replying to Gu Nianji as he was thinking of a way to deal with her. Truthful Kun, nonsense. Why doesn't my point hold water? Cute little corgi, then why did you change the topic? Truthful Kun, when did I change the topic? Can't you open your eyes? Cute little corgi, I saw you mention the former Prime Minister Do, the former Deputy Minister Bai Yuxing, and the former Chief Secretary Yang of the Senate. Do these people have anything to do with the high-ranking military official you mentioned? Mike fell silent. Did they have anything to do with it? He didn't know. Gu Nianji waited for a while. Seeing that the other party wasn't replying, she continued writing. Let me tell you, they have nothing to do with it at all. The people you mentioned, without exception, are all former high-ranking officials who have already been convicted. What does this mean? This means that high-ranking officials have never been able to do whatever they want. If they break the law, they will still have to be punished by the law like ordinary people. So what exactly is your argument? You're using these people to prove the darkness of society. Are you deliberately pretending to be blind? With Gu Nianji's reply, the silent passers-by came back to their senses. Yes, although there were indeed many things that were not satisfactory in this society, it was constantly improving and progressing. Every day was better than the day before. So why should we give up our home, which is getting better and better, just because of the ulterior motives of others? Gu Nianji couldn't help smiling when she saw more and more onlookers regaining their liveliness. They began to like, repost, and even express their agreement with Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi. Her heart felt warm. This kind of support and encouragement from strangers was the biggest motivation for her to fight against these fake reviewers. Gu Nianji raised her head and took a deep breath. Then, she replied to the ID, love Meng Qiqi the most. Cute little corgi, love Meng Qiqi the most, well said. Like. JPG. We are all ordinary people. We are the main force of this society. This society is what we are like. If we are not dark, dirty, greedy, and without conscience, then this society is not either. Her reply instantly received countless likes and reposts, and it immediately became a trending topic on Weibo. Before Kai Xingnan could think of how to continue stirring up trouble, she saw that cute little corgi had almost set off a wave of popularity on Weibo. Her expression turned cold. She immediately picked up her phone and called the fake reviewers company. Remove this trending topic. It doesn't matter how expensive it is. I'll pay. The fake reviewers company and the trending marketing agency on Weibo were, of course, old friends. Whoever they wanted to be on the trending topic would be on the trending topic, and whoever they wanted to be removed from the trending topic would be removed from the trending topic. In short, as long as they had money, it was fine. This time, Kai Xingnan's reaction was considered very fast. The topic with the hashtag cute little corgi quickly disappeared from the trending topic list. Fortunately, netizens with sharp eyes and quick hands had already taken screenshots of the trending topic list before and after it disappeared. The two screenshots clearly showed how hashtag cute little corgi hashtag suddenly disappeared from the trending topic list as the data kept rising. Those who frequented Weibo were aware of these tricks, but it was the first time that a few netizens who didn't go on Weibo and were attracted by this incident had seen such a situation. Instantly, it exploded. All kinds of connotations were released on the official trending topic list on Weibo. They successfully made the topic that Kai Xingnan had painstakingly created disappear without a trace. Kai Xingnan watched helplessly as the public opinion on Weibo could no longer be controlled. She knew that it would be difficult for her to salvage the situation. She angrily picked up her phone and dialed the prosecutor's number again. This time, after the phone on the other end rang a few times, someone picked it up. Hello, may I know your surname? It wasn't the prosecutor's voice. Kai Xingnan became vigilant and said, Excuse me, is this Mr. XX's number? She deliberately said the wrong name. As expected, the person on the other end said, "No, you've dialed the wrong number. It really isn't. You're the prosecutor's office, right? That person told me that his name is XX. I'm sorry, then he lied to you. This number isn't XX's number, but XXX's number." The person who answered the phone said the prosecutor's name. Kai Xingnan's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "Okay, then I made a mistake. Thank you." She hung up the phone and quickly calculated in her mind. She had a bad feeling in her heart. With that thought in mind, she didn't use her own phone. Instead, she used an online IP phone to call the prosecutor's wife again. This time, the call was picked up very quickly. Hearing the woman's familiar voice, Kai Xingnan quickly said, "Hello, I'm Lawyer Kai. May I ask if your husband..." When the other side heard that it was Kai Xingnan, she immediately said nervously, "You called the wrong number. I didn't get a lawyer." Then she hung up. Kai Xingnan was stunned. She sat in front of the computer in the same position as she was on the phone. Her entire body froze. If she guessed correctly, something had probably happened to the prosecutor. The prosecutor's wife had become familiar with her because of her daughter's application to a foreign university. The two of them talked on the phone several times a day, so their voices were familiar. But just now, she had hurriedly distanced herself from the prosecutor. This was enough to prove that something had happened to the prosecutor. Kai Xingnan put down her phone and stood up from the computer. She crossed her arms and walked back and forth in her office with a frown. At this point, it seemed that she could only defeat Gu Nianji in court. She had asked her father to find someone to handle the matter in the United States. They would never find out that she and her father were involved. So she wasn't worried about that. What she was worried about was whether the prosecutor would rat her out. They had spoken on the phone many times. Although they didn't talk about any sensitive topics on the phone, what if that person dragged her into the water? Kai Xingnan stopped in her tracks and narrowed her eyes to look out the window. She needed to give the prosecutor's family a little warning. If they didn't want their daughter's future to be ruined, they'd better be sensible and not drag her into this. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1348, Something Happened. Today was Monday, so I'd like to remind everyone that there were recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The monthly tickets were 4,800 plus updates at around 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update was at around 8 o'clock in the evening. You guys are awesome. Chapter 1359. Gu Nianji slumped into the white computer chair in her bedroom. She felt like she was about to collapse. It was as if she had just ended a tough battle and had come down from the battlefield. Her consciousness was drifting, and even the focus of her eyes was blurry. This time, she had been the only one in charge from beginning to end, and she had been dealing with countless internet water armies alone. Although it wasn't more difficult than the German Gestapo's internet, it was much more intense. To Gu Nianji, dealing with people was always more tiring than dealing with computers. She had just closed her eyes to empty her mind and wanted to rest for a while when her phone rang. Gu Nianji didn't even open her eyes. She fumbled for her phone and casually swiped on the screen. The phone connected. She put it to her ear and said softly, "Hello." The call was from He Jichu. He heard that Gu Nianji's voice was a little tired and asked with heartache. "Tired? Is it Professor He?" Gu Nianji still had her eyes closed as she leaned back in the computer chair. "Yes, I'm tired. I want to sleep." He Jichu had watched the entire situation today. He was very pleased to see Gu Nianji turn the tide by herself, and then ruthlessly teach the other party's internal aide a lesson. Even the prosecutor had been dragged out. Rest if you're tired. Hijichu didn't say much else. When he hung up the phone, he praised Gunyenji. You did very well. I'm proud of you. Gunyenji pursed her lips into a smile and said lazily, Thank you, Professor He. I didn't let you down. Hijichu hoped that Gunyenji could have a good rest. He quickly hung up the phone and checked on the progress of Gunyenji's case against the Angel and the World Foundation in Japan. Just the day before the verdict, the presiding judge had suddenly died. The Japanese had used a new judge as the reason to temporarily shelve the case. Hijichu didn't want to see them deliberately stall for time. He called the Japanese again, and the answer he got was still polite, Please wait patiently. Wait my ass. Hijichu's face darkened as he dialed the number in South America. The He family was powerful in South America and was known as the Godfather of South America. It seemed that Japan really didn't take him seriously. Hijichu had never been looked down upon like this before. After the call connected, Hijichu said lightly in Spanish to his subordinates, How are things in Brazil? Let the Japanese over there lose some money. Brazil was the South American country with the largest Japanese population. The Japanese government had been operating in Brazil for many years and had a complete intelligence chain and garrison. If they wanted to stop him from returning the Gu family's assets, they could only rob Peter to pay Paul. Hijichu's cold and aloof face was expressionless. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flickered slightly. With a wave of his hand, he had dealt a heavy blow to Japan's interests in Brazil. Gunyenji quietly leaned against the computer chair to rest for a while. Although his body was very tired, his brain was extremely excited. Actually, she couldn't fall asleep. She just sat there and let her body and brain rest for a while. Just sitting there alone, he suddenly felt that the room was too empty, too quiet, and very lonely. She was a lively person at heart, and an online child would never be lonely on the internet. However, when he left the internet and was alone, his mood would be very low. At this time, how good would it be if someone came to accompany her? If she had a family, she could go home and sit with her parents, chat and laugh, and then prepare dinner together. Her exhaustion just now would definitely be swept away, right? Gunyenji sighed softly. Just then, she heard the doorbell ring. Gunyenji opened her eyes and looked at her watch in confusion. It was actually already past 6 in the evening. Who would come at this time? She had been working hard in front of the computer all day and hadn't eaten anything. She only drank some milk. Her stomach was growling with hunger, but she didn't want to move. She would rather be hungry. The doorbell rang, and she was too lazy to open the door. She planned to pretend that she wasn't at home. If that person really wanted to find her, he would probably call her phone. With this thought, Gunyenji closed her eyes in relief and continued to pretend to sleep. After a while, the doorbell disappeared. That person left. Gunyenji opened her eyes. With one hand on the armrest of the computer chair and the other on the table in front of her, she planned to stand up and go to the kitchen to find something to eat. After that, she would take a shower and get ready to sleep. Just then, she heard a click from the living room outside. The door opened. Gunyenji's heart skipped a beat. This person still had her house key. Could it be? She quickly turned around and found that the person had already strode over from the living room. Looking at the half-open bedroom door, she saw a tall and handsome figure wearing a military green uniform. He had already walked to the bedroom door. His figure was as straight as a long sword pointing to the sky. It was Hua Xiaoheng. It was actually Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyenji immediately stood up from the computer chair and watched in surprise as Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and entered. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal as he said calmly, "I came to see you. Are you okay?" Gunyenji's eyes were wet as she nodded heavily. "I'm fine." Hua Xiaoheng curled the corners of his lips. She was still acting coquettishly, so she should be fine. He opened his arms to Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji didn't go over and whispered, "I'm too tired to walk." Hua Xiaoheng's heart ached a little, but he still maintained his composure. He walked over to her and picked her up. "Tired? Or hungry?" Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into his arms. She said pitifully, "Both. I'm tired and hungry." Hua Xiaoheng, he knew that when she fought with people online, she would be so happy that she wouldn't eat or drink. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and kissed her. "Can you still move? I'll take you out to eat." Gu Nianji shook her head. "I can't move. I don't want to go out to eat." "Then go to bed and rest for a while. I'll make you something to eat." Hua Xiaoheng half supported and half carried her to the bed. Gu Nianji smiled happily and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck. "I want to eat the egg fried rice you made. No need to go through the trouble. It's very simple. I just need some shrimp, green beans, diced ham sausage, diced mushrooms, and scrambled eggs." Hua Xiaoheng, that was called simple. The truly simple egg fried rice only had 2 ingredients, which were eggs and rice. Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, "Do you have shrimp, green beans, diced ham sausage, and diced mushrooms at home?" Maybe there weren't even eggs. Gu Nianji seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "I don't have eggs and rice at home either." So how was he going to make egg fried rice? Conjuring it? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He brought Gu Nianji to the bed and let her lie down. He took out his phone and went out to order food. He found a familiar private restaurant. It only catered to regular customers and only sold 4 tables of food a day. You had to book a month in advance to eat there. However, Hua Xiaoheng was one of the few customers who didn't need to book. This was because this private restaurant was opened with the help of his grandmother, Xie Zian. The chef of the restaurant used to be his grandmother's chef. Later, he was released and opened a famous private restaurant in the imperial capital. Even the way it was run was suggested by his grandmother, Xie Zian. Hua Xiaoheng inherited most of Xie Zian's assets and also inherited the shares of this private restaurant. The major shareholder called to order takeout. Although this private restaurant never did takeout business, it couldn't refuse Hua Xiaoheng. After ordering dinner, Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Gu Nianji. "Sleep for a while. It might take half an hour for it to arrive." He rarely ordered this private restaurant's food. This time, it was because Gu Nianji wanted to eat egg fried rice, and this private restaurant had a specialty, which was egg fried rice. Cooking an ordinary home-cooked dish like egg fried rice tested the chef's skills the most. In addition to egg fried rice, he also ordered prawns with pipa, stewed meatballs, stir-fried pork with pear shreds, bone soup, and crab noodles. He also ordered a medium-rare steak for himself. Gu Nianji lay on the bed and pulled Hua Xiaoheng's hand with a smile. "Hua Xiao, you come too. I can't sleep alone." "Hua Xiaoheng, you can't sleep with 2 people." Gu Nianji propped her head up with her hand and lay on the bed. "How can that be? I'll fall asleep if you coax me." Hua Xiaoheng sat by the bed and pulled a thin blanket over her. "If you want to sleep, go to sleep quickly. If you dawdle any longer, you won't be able to sleep when the food is delivered." "Actually, I'm not sleepy." Gu Nianji was excited, but her body was a little tired because she was physically exhausted. However, when she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting on her bed in his summer clothes, with the collar on his neck tightly fastened, she had the urge to destroy him. She reached out to fiddle with his collar and murmured, "Aren't you hot? Why are you dressed so neatly?" Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and warned her patiently, "Don't play with fire." Gu Nianji smiled slyly and squinted at him. She deliberately misinterpreted what he had just said. What did you say? Don't play with fire. Did I play with you? This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1349, Don't Play with Fire. Today is Monday, so I remind everyone that there are recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The monthly tickets will be delivered at 4,800 plus updates. The third update will be at around 8 p.m. You guys are awesome. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.